I mean, just to be honest with me, that's the best thing you can do. I do this every day for a living, dude. I'm really good at it. So,
yeah, well,
just tell me what you got. We'll work through it. It ain't no big deal. What you got?
Should I not have the car searched?
No, sir. No, we're past that. So,
all right, well then, whatever, however you figured me out or whatever, something else.
Okay. So,
you know,
there's nothing in the car like that's gonna hurt me. No weapons, no bombs, nothing like that. You just got there probably.
Yeah.
Okay. Is it a lot or a little bit or how much is it? I'm trying to work with you as much as I can. I mean, like, I don't know what a lot is to you though. Like a lot to me is like 7 pounds. But so what you got? Like I said, dude, this is what I do every day. So
yeah, no,
so just
be the man.
Just be honest with me, man. Do you even know how much you got? 50, 60? Okay. Well, look, I'm gonna be cool with you. You've been cool with me. I'm gonna handcuff you in the front, okay? All right, I'm not gonna cuff you in the back.
So this is interesting because there is a lot going on with that smell of inside of a vehicle. Is it enough for someone to do a search? We have 50 states, and every state has something a little bit different. There is an interesting case going on at the time of this recording. It's in North Carolina Supreme Court, North Carolina versus Dobson. The two things that stand out about that case, and please look it up, it's very interesting, is about dual odors and hemp smelling like, which is legal, which in some places is still illegal. Is that enough for an officer to be able to utilize that as PC? So read that case, it's very interesting. At the time of this recording, it hasn't been decided yet, but that case can go to the Supreme Court. So I know a lot of people like to hear about these laws, and I don't know which way it's gonna go, but it's gonna be about dual odors a lot and about the smell of hemp. And some states have ruled on that already.
Create your own sunshine with Jergens Natural Glow
Voice, right? I mean, they're not doing anything wrong, but just some of the network connections with different people who just jump on board with different scams or hazing. It's a lot of innocent stuff. But yeah, it was my Diane's, Neil's, and then those ones out in Arizona. Yeah, they all have sons about my age, give or take 5 years. With those crowds and networks. Yeah, and it's nothing with them personal, but just to give people an idea of some of those networks and connections of different scams and hazing and tating. The innocent stuff nobody really cares about. You know, it can be annoying or whatever, but yeah, boys will be boys and girls will be girls and sluts will be sluts and druggies will be druggies. And just like anything else, when it comes to those hazing and tating stuff, the sick punks really depend on a lot of those hazers and taters and cheaters and whatever else. And then it just turns into a game of, no, they're cheating on their taxes. No, they're a cheater. No, they grabbed someone by the pussy. Yeah. What'd they do in 1997? What? I don't know, it gets so old with a lot of that stuff. But yeah, a lot of investigators over the years have connected the dots with those people. And it's no big deal. You just call them out and then they get on this high horse of, haha, they can't arrest me for anything, and peddle their shit off to other groups. Fight back. Right, so right back at you. Fight, fight, fight. Back and forth like a tennis match. Yeah, we hope so.
Like I said, I do this for a living every day. J33, will you check the trunk? Yeah, it's like...
Good. Making angel hair pasta. I think it's, what brand is it?
It's all good, dude.
I can't remember what brand it is. It's just the Walmart, the angel hair
That's
pasta.
That's not what you want to see if you're the suspect sitting in a car handcuffed in Arkansas State Troopers.
Rice-A-Roni or
That's not what you want to see.
Pastorama,
He's got these garbage in his trunk. He's got the cornhole game in the back seat. Some people who commit crimes just boggle the mind.
He told me it was lucky. Hey, that's decent. Yeah, that's a lot. How much do you think it is? Probably 100 pounds.
That's funny. I laughed at Pastorama like it was way off, and it's Pastoroni. Roni. Pastoroni. The Rastafarian.
The entire trunk of the Chevy Malibu is so full I can't even hardly close it. Do you have anything of value in the vehicle? Like, do you have a large amount of money or anything like that? Anything I need to get out of there? Okay, how much Yeah, I don't think they're gonna have to even for that to do.
Alexa, volume 6. Yeah, it's this brand, Pastoroni. He loves this stuff. It's pretty decent ingredients. No, the ingredients actually aren't that bad. Yeah, good dose of folate, calcium, iron, potassium. 7 grams of protein. Under 200 calories per serving. By 310. 310 once you add the milk. So I mean, yeah, depending on what kind of milk product you use, that could vary. Me, well, I don't eat this. This is Robbie's. I just use regular milk. He likes the regular milk. I have a few times used the oat milk. He didn't know the difference. He didn't say anything. Not to trick him or any reason. We were just out of regular milk, and I happened to have oat milk, so I used the oat milk, and yeah, he didn't know the difference. Yeah, they're only like I think they're $1 something a box at Walmart. He gets 2 servings out of it too. He'll eat half the box and then have half the box later. Alexa, play music from 1966.
Playing music from 1966 on Amazon Music.
Alexa, volume 7. So a lot of people are realizing when they say, man, we've been waiting for this a whole lot. Me too. So when you're aware, you're aware. You understand these activists and people that don't know why the businesses get serial killers, pedophiles that love the activists. And the crazy Karens. Well, what's happened is a lot of those activists and psychos in the State Department have gotten together. Let's get together with the druggies and the gurus. Right, and then when you start to really comprehend, like back in 2014, and think about 2012, what we've been saying. Yeah, and these punks are right in line with those activists who demonize marijuana. It's a multi-billion-dollar industry, you know? It's not a fucking joke. So these punks that are helping the activists to get the Karens got help by the Karens' own family. We can't stand them, man. They hated us for years. My own siblings. Yeah. So they love those fucking stupid state workers that fear the law of actors. See how that works? I know, you see how that confuses police officers too when they get involved with a cartel investigation. Watch out for those crazy shoplifters. Did the rabbit get its carrots? I hope so. Governor Hill Mansion, Augusta, Maine. Child fuckers vaccinated our children behind our backs in 2013. You know, all those people fearing the non-vaxxers had to protect those children from us, right? Did they have to protect them from us? Mother, father, God, did they have to protect those kids from us and get them vaccinated? Huh? I'm asking you a fucking question, sir. Right, so anyways, Mr. President, thank you so much for your time. I know you understand in 2013. Remember when he brought up the vaccines, officer? Thank you, sir. Thank you. I know you don't mind. See, they yell at us too. We give it to each other, man, just like those fucking idiots. Give it to them and each other and us and your children. Right, so we're concerned about the child and animal pornography these punks have been making with our children. Yeah, that's our children.
And the way the sunlight plays upon her head.
Yeah. Yeah, our children. Yeah, I gave birth to 4 kids, I believe. Right, so our youngest 2 that are in the hands of sick murderous pedophiles. The worst abuse those kids go through, don't make the microchips that the other druggies and punks and activists feed out to the feeders and chasers. So when you actually start to see it, and you understand what's going on here, yeah, hopefully the proper authority is helping us. Because Lord knows we're doing all we can without breaking the law. Right, Mr. President?
Softly smile, I know she must be proud.
Oh, thank you. Right back at you. That thing that Aaron posted, that was beautiful. It brought tears to our eyes. Awesome. No, Aaron posted a thing about Alexa, Volume 3. Yeah, it's really nice. No, it's not a joke. Do you hear what we're saying? Yeah, so the facts are the facts. And it's not going to stop. And we're going to keep speaking out until it gets reported on those mandate lines. You know those lines they mandated the masks and stuff on? Yeah, those lines. And you know those funding lines? They get a lot of funding to do what? Boy, this string theory is fun, huh? Yeah, no, when you actually realize it and how sick and demented it is, and that those kids have really been abused. Not a joke. Have you seen it? I know, the microchips down in Florida, remember their faces? I know, when you go back and you see the post and how we told them it was coming. Because when you know the traffickers, and some of the traffickers, they play stupid. Like they don't even know it's on them. You know, like drugs. They're just picking up a vehicle. They don't know if it's in the wheels. They don't know if it's in the dashboard. They don't know. I mean, they know, but they play, we don't know. They really don't know where it is. But if they get pulled over, the canines will find it. Hey, we saw a canine yesterday do a drug bust with those freaking 20-year-old idiots that decided to do a meth haul. The dog's name was Axel. We found another Axel. Yeah, and there's no blame. I know people, they act like our anger and aggression is at them. We're doing our fault. Well, somebody better do something about it. I know, when you realize the level of fucking people you're dealing with and what's going on, they do. This is what Baron posted. This thing.
Times in your life, you want to quit, you want to go home, just never quit. I I've seen so many brilliant people. They gave up in life. They were totally brilliant. They were top of their class. They were the best students. They were the best of everything. They gave up. I've seen others who really didn't have that talent or that ability. And they're among the most successful people today in the world because they never quit and they never gave up.
Don't give up.
Never stop fighting.
Never give up.
Believe it. And for the people who care about
The Weinsteins. Sweet juice. Yeah, that's what Barron had posted it, and then he wrote a thing with it. It says it's Barron Trump's. Well, it's his commentary account. So who knows? A monkey could have done it. It says, "Why is everyone being so hateful about Donald Trump? He is our president, and we voted for that. We should all be thankful we have him. Stop all that hate. It is literally making me cry to see what our country has been doing just because of a president they don't like. But we can imagine, and we can get through it. Hopefully, even if people are rioting, we can make it. I love you, Donald Trump." That's beautiful. One from Steve Harvey. Yeah, that's Steve Harvey. He did Family Feud for a while. Yeah. Yeah, you know who he is? Yeah, the comedy tour there with yeah, exactly. Oh, like Shaka Khan? That's hilarious. I hope so. So do you have any suggestions or ideas as to how we can get the people to wake up out of their delusions and acknowledge reality? Because we're not quitting. We're not giving up. But I mean, when you're faced with this level of evil and sickness and mental delusions and people, it's just sad for a lot of them. It is really sad how they were taken advantage of by their own children and sick fucking drug addicts who they love very much, and they feel proud about protecting those people. When you see that and how sick it is, a lot of other people recognize this. I think a lot of private investigators whom we've lost recognize that as well. But what can you do?
Where's what? There.
Yes.
There's a picture that was there. Oh, there.
They're in the living room. Alexa, volume 7. Dusty Springfield. Dusty Springfield, that's correct. 1,000 kudos for you.
There's something happening here. When it ain't exactly clear. There's a man with a gun over there, telling me I got to beware. I think it's time we stop. Children, what's that sound? Everybody look what's going down. There's bad lines being drawn.
Nobody's right. If everybody. You're right. I know people say that all the time. Just take his fucking head off, huh? That Mary, that mother, that shot that guy in cold blood in the courtroom. She only got 6 years, and she got out sooner, I believe, good time. She still died of pancreatic cancer and the stress of her daughter being raped and tortured and strangled by a grown man. Yeah, that little girl didn't survive though. Some little girls survive that torture, you know? Some sick fucking punks in this world.
Singing songs and they carry inside. Mostly saying hooray for our side. It's time to stop. Hey, what's that sound?
Everybody look what's What's going down?
Sorry, I didn't find a group or device named Little.
I didn't talk to you. Alexa, who said little?
Paranoia strikes deep into your life, it will creep. It starts when you're always afraid. Step that line, the man come and take you away. You better stop. Hey, what's that sound? Everybody look what's going down. Stop. Hey, what's that sound?
How low?
What's going down? Stop. Now, what's that sound? Everybody look what's going down. Stop. Hey, what's that sound?
Who knew? Like
From
you
daily
said, who knew
news
such
to dating
people
fails,
existed in
conspiracy
this
theories,
world?
to cooking with celebrities who
I
can't
did,
actually
I
cook.
did.
Amazon Music's got millions of podcast episodes ready to entertain. To listen to a favorite podcast, you can always ask Alexa to play your go-to show. Or if you're in the mood to try something new, just say, Alexa, play a podcast to discover top shows and start listening now.
My name is Phoebe.
And I'm Larry.
With Ring, we stopped a break-in on my phone. I got an alert and there were some suspicious guys looking in our house. I hit the siren.
Alexa, play music from 1961.
Playing music from 1961 on Amazon Music.
How is Stephen King doing these days? Did they find the Sandlot?
When the night has come and the land is dark
Brilliant, right?
and the moon is the only light we'll see. So I won't be afraid. Oh, I won't.
Many missed the concept of a lot of movies. They kind of miss the general ideas, I think.
Stand by me.
Right, kind of like earlier.
So darling, darling, stand by
No, it isn't true. Yeah, like movies like Independence
by
was
me. Oh, stand.
What's that guy's name that was in it?
Stand by me.
Will
Stand
Smith,
by
the
me.
older white dude that was in it.
If the sky that we look
Yeah, he's a good
upon
actor. But it's interesting
should
if you notice
tumble and
when the
fall
farmer
over mountain,
goes out to
should
the field,
fall
meets the alien,
over the sea.
and he comes back. Earl, what's wrong,
I won't
Earl?
cry.
And his neck's
I
fucking
won't
broken.
cry. No,
And he wants a lot of
won't
sugar.
shed a
Sugar water,
tear.
more sugar.
Just as long
Did you miss that one?
as you
I don't see a lot of people, just to give you an idea of just how many people are aware of these sick fucking networks when it comes to the understanding of infectious disease and vaccines.
by me.
And the overprescribing of SSRIs. Yeah, exactly. I mean, was it the aliens or a ghost? Right, so think about that. The farmer comes back with a broken neck, wants a lot of sugar. Right, remember the Lyme doctors, how they told us and they taught us how this bacteria loves sugar, craves it. No, that doesn't mean get rid of sugar. I love sugar. I eat sugar every day. I just had a big piece of cake.
Stand by me. Oh, stand by me. Oh, stand by me.
Yeah, it doesn't mean anything special. There's no special connection. It ain't about you. It ain't about you, sweetheart. No, it's just about the understanding, my love. How's your puppy dog? What? Oh man, these people are fucking nasty, huh? I mean, you can't. I mean, you can put your finger on it.
Men say only fools rush in, but I
Just gotta use use your common sense.
falling in love with you. Shall I stay? Would it be a sin if I can't help
falling in love with you?
We get worried sometimes. Our safety depends on you. Depends on you. So think about us.
Soaring to the sea,
Rock the distraction. Please,
so
be
it
safe.
goes.
Thank you.
Something
Thank you.
aren't meant to be.
Harris Farmers Union helps you get growing. Enjoy.
One more time. Take my hand. Take my heart. Done.
Oh, they do vlogging or whatever.
Cut, everybody, cut.
It's very easy with all those fiascos. Remember that Russia fiasco where one person got humiliated?
Just gotta leave it alone sometimes.
But they were giving money to a bunch of people, and I'm like, as you ascend, more people want their fingerprints on you. Not necessarily because they're gonna control what you say, but because they want the connection to be able to disqualify what you say in the future. I think that is very, very, it is a very slippery slope. And had I become successful on the internet in my 20s as opposed to in my 30s, I think I easily could have been took for a fool. And I could also have been on some like trip to China where they roll out some like Chinese
Playbook
supermodel
of
to show me
Shakespeare.
around China. I'm like, yo guys, China's great. Look at all the people not starving. Look at all the people not worried about social credit scores, guys. I went to China as an influencer and it was bomb. Everybody was beautiful. The food was amazing. Nobody's starving. Like, I could see myself having the wool over my eyes. That dark web runs our economies. Something's going on right now. Like, I don't get it. I hate the idea that I scroll on Instagram and it's like, oh, the economy's great. The economy's bad. Invest on these things. These are all people like snake oil salesmen trying to get you to buy into whatever they're trying to rug pull. But it's like, I don't know what to believe, guys. No, I'm not in my 30s, guys. Like I said, 75. You never want to be middle-aged. You want to either be 31 years old. Oh, I'm not just turned 30. You want to be 31 years old. Hey, you look like you're in your 20s. Or you want to be 75. That looks like you're in your 30s. Anything in the middle is like, oh, okay, he's aging out. He's getting gray. He's getting that male pattern baldness going on. You want to be like it's like, okay, like, I'm not in great shape, but if I said, you would never say, oh yeah, Decoy, he's got a good body. But if I said, I used to weigh 300 pounds, you're like, oh my god, Decoy looks amazing. He used to be 300 pounds, he looks like this? Phenomenal. Like, I just say, hey, yeah, used to be 300 pounds, and I'm also 75 years old. That just puts me on a different, I'm put on a different tier chart. Yeah, Decoy's eternal, exactly. No step on snake oil salesman, exactly, that's what it is. Trust me, you don't want to be that age. I mean, as I get older, I just see a lot of my buddies, like I was in a baseball league, I was in a football league, recently, like within the last year. And I'm saying, like, my buddy tore his MCL, gruesome injury, doing nothing. And then all of a sudden on my Instagram reel, I'm seeing people like, oh, they're just doing up downs, and they pop their ACL open. Or a guy was playing basketball, pick up basketball, and he was recording it, and he just takes a short cut from like left to right, and then he tears his ACL and the Achilles or whatever. And it's like, I've never had to warm up before I played a game. I've never had to stretch, but I'm like, yeah, it sucks. It sucks. See lots of knee braces, exactly. I've never had to have a knee brace. Never had to like it. I've avoided all major injury, but as you get older, you start getting a little bit conscious because you see all your peers are like, hey, maybe we can't just join a men's football league next spring because we're old now. You want your cyborg body already? I mean, knowing people that have like replacements of different joints, it's very real. Easy, don't move it. You just don't move at all. Exactly. You'll feel you, dude. You turned 41 this year, but don't say you turned 41. Say you turned.
I understand you ruffled some feathers.
Ruffled. And when you meet people, they be like, wow,
yes, ruffled some jimmies out there.
Yes.
You're 61. You look great for 61.
We shivered some timbers.
That's the.
I like your backdrop. Perfect.
I'm gonna fix it because I don't have enough of the sweet bunch. You got a sweet face.
In New York City, and a man
gift of failure, boy. The book he was born to write.
I think this is.
It is.
He's going nuts.
Okay, so
who's just
when I was on Tucker this last time, I brought up that Dan Bongino screamed about the Epstein files, told us never to let up on it. And then when he got in a position of power, well, here's what. Let me just play this for you.
And the poor dog, man, he just doesn't want to be there.
Nothing happened. Don't ever stop talking, phony. Dan Bongino, who's famously said, "Don't ever stop talking about the Epstein files."
Please do not let that story go.
And I'll tell you right now from first-hand
that's what he said.
Whenever somebody starts.
Okay, well, I'm a friend of you, Dan, not old.
Okay, and so this is what I said on Tucker. In a position of power to do something about it, and now he changes his tune to say, "I was there to do my job, which is to keep custody of the evidence." No, you weren't there to keep custody of the evidence. You were there to put custody for the people who were in that evidence. You phony. Anyway, I get upset. You have every reason to.
Did you and Tucker fuck or something?
Everybody's calling except for this guy's having a full.
Talk to it.
So here is what Dan Bongino. By the way, he's blocked me.
But
so there's nothing lower than blocking someone and then continuing to tweet at them. That's
covering up the Epstein files for Israel. I was saying.
Oh, you're right. That's lower. You're right.
You couldn't say.
But what I'm talking about as far as Twitter etiquette,
taxpayer dollars because
that's we used to call that a grim job. Because Ryan Grimm did that to me for a while, but now he's unblocked me.
Oh, so Bongino.
Now it's called a bongina.
I think it's going to call the bongina. You got to switch it. But there's so many. I got so many tweets out there. #GrimJob. I hate. But anyway.
Well, I'm blocked, so please convey my best wishes, people out there, to him.
So here is what Dan Bongino, or do you say Vongina? Some people say that. Jimmy Dore has been trying to find evidence of his marriage
with the emotional left.
What?
Since his early child. This guy. I'm pretty sure he's a closet case. Because that's the way closet cases talk.
Oh, I think he's worse than that. In fact, my shout out to Tennis Moses, TEZZMOSIS, who just had a video of a former MK Monarch victim who had all kinds of wild accusations about old Bongino. And I believe all of them, because who would cover up the Epstein files unless they were in on it?
So, like, I've been trying to find evidence of male genitalia since you mean like my own genitalia?
Oh, you would do something about it again.
That's terribly written and confusing bit about genitalia, Dan.
I would do something about it, but I mean, if I wasn't over here.
Not that it's important, but I did end up finding some evidence of it in your mother's mouth!
Yeah. Me as well, Dan. Shaved ape. What a punk he is. What a worthless punk Dan Bongino is.
Only if I get a mob.
Let me get through this tweet of his. He's having a hard time because, and by the way,
the emotional idiots out there.
No shade at gay people.
Actually, caring for.
Yeah, no shade at Nick Fuentes. We have enough problems.
I came out and admitted my crush on what was that guy's name? Jude Law.
I've heard a lot of people have a crush on him.
20 years ago, I admitted to having sexual feelings for Jude Law. I got no problem with that.
Responsibility.
What happened? Did you ever respond, or is he a dirty tease?
He's a dirty tease. I did meet him in person. You know, I met him in person.
That guy, F him. No.
Leading you on?
My friend Mike Siegel, who I think is still my friend. I don't know.
Protecting the dog, it relies on him.
He was doing a Access Hollywood show or something like that, and he called. I was doing the marijuana logs in New York, And he said, hey, I'm interviewing Jude Law. I know you like him. You want to come meet him? So I did. I went back. I took a picture and everything. I got a little.
Fraudsters have earned it.
I got a little
I don't want to
excited.
be called
And
racist,
so anyway, so yeah, I mean, just have the guts to admit it, Dan. Anyway, he says Jimmy Dore has been trying to find evidence of his male genitalia. Since his early childhood, he's having a hard time because he's missing a chromosome. His missing chromosome has him starting 10 meters behind the finish line. I don't think he knows.
He does not.
It's an extra chrome. It's not a. Anyway, Jimmy's mama has been caught telling friends she has no kids. My mama, by the way, is dead. I hope you're happy.
In heaven, in Israel loving heaven.
She's in Israel loving it. By the way, my mama has 12 kids.
Oh, wow. Yeah. Centers and there were kids.
Bongino looks like you know how they have to do a C-section because English bulldog heads will tear the mother apart. He's got a big block monkey-like head. Is what I'm trying to say.
He does have a kind of an ape head. It's a shame. I pity him. Really? This is. I don't. He pities me.
He did it
as my mama.
So
this tells me a lot about Dan. Dan obviously didn't get the attention and affection from his mama as a kid, which is why that's the first thing he goes to. And he's, he's obsessed with male genitalia, which is so. Those are the two things you know about Dan just from this one tweet. If you study Jung, psychological projection. I pity him. It's time for an intervention. Maybe if Tucker and Buckley stopped jerking off Putin, and so now he's going back and he's
my God.
So now he's doing Russiagate stuff. I thought
good job, Dan. Wasn't he anti-Russiagate? Am I remembering?
I'm pretty sure he was. I know Cash Patel was. Cash Patel, that was some of the good work he did when he was exposing the BS Russiagate thing, as we did at this show. We were the first ones to do it, by the way. Pat on the back to myself. The reason I tell you that is because if I don't, nobody else will. Stop jerking off Putin and the Islam Nazis. They could provide some help. Just a thought. Hope you're having a great weekend.
Islamo Nazis? What is that? I've heard of Ashkenazis.
He sees all this emotion, all this anger and rage, and he's like, wait,
I'm a comedian. Does he really think that schoolyard bully swipes are going to hurt my feelings or make him look good? I mean, maybe it will make him. Maybe not as good as a kung fu inside of an airline or bathroom technique. But he's going to try.
I got a Rick Lee basketball game in a second.
Guy stuff.
Oh, he's got another one.
This
was an earlier one.
Eunuch,
Jimmy Doors.
Whoa.
Oh, what a slam.
You got him. How does he? Why is he talking about your balls so much? This Shabo's guy here.
Eunuch Jimmy Dore's pathological obsession with me. You mean with the deputy director of the FBI when he covered up and lied about the pedo scandal he was supposed to uncover?
Jimmy.
Yeah, I'm obsessed with the deputy director of the FBI lying and covering up the biggest pedo scandal in history. Yeah, you're the one who said don't let up on this, so I'm not.
You know what? This would be
see you in Valhalla, sweetie.
See you in Valhalla. To me, is beyond strange at this point. So again, this is psychological. The thing that's strange is your obsession with my genitalia and your bafflement at people caring about the Epstein files and you lying about it.
After you said never let go, and I mean the beautiful Epstein backdrop that looks like Seinfeld.
How come it's twisted backwards, Kurt?
It is? Here, wait, is it better now?
Yeah.
On my screen it was.
Now it's good. Okay.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Once he got plenty of feet between the two of them, only then is he threatening violence. Very sad that's how they think, and that's how they always go to that. But that's where you are in the world right now.
Great psycho.
It's like one insane psycho was like, it's Nick Shirley, thinking he was gonna get a mob. Oh my god, that's the guy that's been stopping all the fraud? And they're gonna beat him up? No. He has all these fans here.
Great psycho. Thank you very much. I love your work.
They want pictures They're fans. They're lining up pictures. This is the epitome of what America is right now. You have the leftist people that are captured by their emotions. They can't handle to see someone they dislike. Because I'll tell you right now, if this group of people saw Hassan Piker walking around the street, they're not going to be like, what'd you do to Kaya? Or they won't be like, oh, do we deserve 9/11? They wouldn't be shouting and yelling at him, saying someone is going to end you. They'd be like, that's Hassan. That's weird. Didn't know he was here. That would be the extent of it. Because you know if that was happening to him all the time, like it's happening to Nick Shirley, he'd be crying about it non-stop on stream. But that's where we go in the world. A photo op was following him, LMFAO priceless. I think it was the commotion of the guy arguing got everybody to see, hey, that's Nick. Oh my god, that's him right there. You know, I've had it where, I think it was either I went to see Jeff Dye, Jeff Dye, I got his poster back there. I was either at Jeff Dye and I was waiting at the meet and greet after the comedy show. No, actually, probably was Jeff Dye and Brett Cooper. She was doing a, not a stand-up thing, but she was doing a live show. And as I'm sitting there just minding my business, waiting for, to get not an autograph, to get a picture, just to briefly meet people that I find is like, you know, amazing, talented people. Once one person recognizes you, like, oh my god, are you Decoy Voice from YouTube? And it's like, oh yeah. Hi, and then they take a picture with you. Other people will line up too, because like, oh my god, I didn't know it was here. Like, they probably wouldn't have noticed you, or they probably wouldn't have wanted to bother you for a photo. But once one person does, you kind of get like a little mini of a line, and it's just, it's nice when this happens. Yeah, Nick's not rattled. He's just doing his thing. Like it didn't bother him. You like this channel, but you find this AI voice is strange. There's nothing AI about this voice. I'm just a weirdo. Go say Adam. That's him, man. Yeah. Wait, more people say, is that him? Is that him? He's a celebrity, man. Okay. A much more diverse crowd on the right than it is the left, because the left demands diversity of color, but conformity of ideas and opinions. If you don't have all the hive mind ideas, you're forever exiled from the community. The right just cares that you love America and you want to follow the law. That's the only requirements. We don't need you to be Korean, white, black, or whatever. We just need you to be regular.
Oh, you do? Oh, did you see the guy yelling at him?
Yeah, so it's just a regular guy. But then apparently, Nick Shirley goes on Fox, and they found the guy that did this.
He holds like a finger gun up to the bottom of his chin, like you're gonna get shot.
Yeah, I said somebody's gonna find you, then does this and walks away.
Ooh,
and
obviously
these people, the reason why I actually went back and confronted this guy is because he yelled across the street from me, you're gonna get kirked next. That's what he yelled at me, so I said...
Again, the party of love and understanding and diversity wants you to be ended in a horrific way because you disagree with something politically. Again, don't like Hassan, don't like a lot of his goons that talk trash about me. But I don't want anything bad to happen to them. I don't like Biden. But again, I hope he recovers well from, what was it, he had brain cancer, right? I hope all these people do well and live long lives. But the left can't handle that.
Well, we can't let these people push us around. Like, we have to, like, stand up for yourself. You cannot just let these people think they can say that stuff. So I went back over across the street to talk with him, and then you see the interaction right there. And he can't even give one single example about why he says I'm Islamophobic or racist.
Because it's emotion. It's entirely... I can't argue why I feel this emotional, but since I feel this emotional, I'm right. And this is how toddlers act.
But he does just do a lot of yelling, obviously, and can't give any example, and then obviously does do something as well.
So he begins your interaction, Nick, by saying you're going to get kirked next. And then at the end of your interaction, he suggests you're going to get shot with his hand. He says to you in that interaction, show my photo to any leftist organization.
Good days start with homemade breakfast sandwiches.
Someone of some consequence. So
technically, so can bad days.
Yeah,
come on, how can you have a bad day after eating bacon and eggs smothered in Land O'Lakes cheese? treat it like you own it.
City, so then I can just bore him from being like.
They say this movement came out of nowhere. They don't know Maine like we do.
This came out of a whole lot of something.
A meltdown, and then only then will we get used. So like it's a practice in New York City. But the idea is, this guy actually has this in the city.
Gerçi
I saw my grandfather for the first time in a very long time. I was significantly heavier. And the first thing he said is like, oh my God, you got fat. And it was like, people were like, oh my God, like,
Eso no sí deben de saber.
All doing great things. Everybody has this bad perception of me.
It's a beautiful day to be beautiful.
I was very, very small, always skinny. I think my body is like 100% like a mesomorph. But if it wasn't for fat shaming...
Can you believe that I barely do any typing in my full working day? No, seriously. From the moment when I sit at my desk in the morning to the last message that I send at night on my phone. If you run an online business or you're a full-time creator like me, someone who works from home, then your day probably requires a lot of writing. And I actually watched an interview with the founder and CEO of Anthropic, Dario Amodei, and he said this.
So, you know, when I'm writing like, you know, an essay or something, or like, you know, things I say in front of the company, I feel like a fair amount of my job is writing.
So,
wiring, yeah. I mean, I should be the same on the graph we saw way back in 2020. But Lo and Chen pointing out, hey, it makes no sense where they said, this means that there's an expected 870,000 votes total. The 2022 mayoral primary
some other
only
questions.
has 600 votes cast. That means other calculations decreased since
Why do you need the bath?
which would mean to say in 2026.
That's why. When's your next flea and tick delivery?
City councilwoman
It's tomorrow.
See?
Good boy. Can we get some sleep during fireworks season?
We got you.
Thanks.
For food, meds, and expert care. For life with pets, there's Chewy.
Guys, it's a conspiracy theory. If you think this is suspect,
I'm gonna eat you out of house and home. I'm gonna eat you out of house and home.
Kids eating you out of house and home? Flock to Red Robin for the new Big Yum deals, starting at just $9.99. Available for dine-in and to-go.
The president says that it's rigged somehow. It's not. This is just the way they do it. But the thing is, the person who might be most upset about all of this, not a Republican, but the incumbent mayor of Los Angeles, Democrat Karen Bass.
Because the Democrats know they don't care which Democrat they have. If they have the socialists on the left, they got the socialists on the right. They still answer the DSA, what do they call it? They still control the Democrat politician. You bring in a reality TV star that doesn't care that he looked like a bad guy on television for the 4 years that Hills was on the air, whatever that was. They don't control that guy. He can do whatever he wants. He can say, I'm going to bring in the IRS to bust up all the shady politicians. That scares them. Karen Bass may not like this, but the Democrat Party would much rather have the idea that no matter where the coin flips, they win. They knew that if Spencer got in there, they might lose because she can't withstand this 6 more months of Spencer campaigning from her failures.
With us now is Chief Data Analyst Harry Etten. What am I talking about here?
Yeah, this is the dumbest conspiracy theory I have ever heard. Because
this guy's usually based too, but it's so bad.
Aaron Bass wanted Spencer Pratt, and they don't want any Pratt.
Maybe she knows something about ballot harvesting that we don't, but she wouldn't want that. I think somebody was going to say this would be like Hillary wanting Donald Trump, thinking she was going to cartwheel into a victory, not knowing how much populist candidates do. How well populist candidates do.
Why is that? Because just take a look here. Okay, Mayor Ray Ronald, Bass versus Pratt.
media websites
I publish it if you don't want anybody to notice anything.
The elections folks I spoke to also said there is no fraud, but again, there was...
Yeah, Stanford professor equals radical leftist. Exactly.
No batch of votes without any Pratt votes. There was...
Let's see that again. She opens the Gemini app. She needs a spotless expense report here. And she gets it. And in her own currency to boot, a calculated finish from Gemini.
It was a 1-minute variation
of Bass and Rahman votes and Pratt votes on some media websites. Officials and others who have reviewed the data say that is not any proof of fraud. There was no fraud.
I was barricaded at the Capitol on January 6th. I saw it firsthand. I'm George Wood. We can't go back to a broken system. I can't stand idly by as Trump...
There was no batch of votes. It was a 1-minute variation. Every single time they try to have a euphemism for the strange things that happens, they always make it worse. Oh, guys, it wasn't ballot stuffing. It was a 1-minute variation.
Of Bass and Rahman votes and Pratt votes on some media websites. Officials and others who have reviewed the data say that is not any proof of fraud. There was no fraud.
So they didn't really point anything out, they said it. But the one thing I will believe is, okay, don't believe Los Angeles Times. But I do believe the U.S. Attorney, Bill Asaley, saying there's a claim circulating on social media about an election night ballot update on the Los Angeles Registrar of Voters where one candidate received 0 votes. We reviewed official county records. The claim is false. Each candidate received votes in every update. My office will continue monitoring the election counting process and will follow evidence where it leads. If anybody has credible information concerning election fraud, please send it to their tip line. So, could have genuinely been a glitch. I don't trust LA Times write our story correctly. I don't trust them to get their ballot dumps correctly. But if Bill Asaley's saying, hey, I'm actively searching for this thing, and that was a rumor, I'm inclined to believe this more than anything. Yeah, you believe Trump more than all the mainstream media, exactly, because we don't trust when this happens. It kind of seems like it happened again. But the bizarre thing is, it's not the fact that, let me bring this over. It's not the fact that this looks awfully close to this, like these two things, right? It's the fact that, how did you have, if mail-in ballots are all for Democrats, they send in their ballots and they get them harvested later on, so it's always going to favor them. Why did it only favor the number 3 candidate and not the number 1 candidate? Because if all the Democrat votes come in later, how come this graph doesn't look like this graph? And how come the only person that had like their faucet turned off was Spencer Pratt? It kind of seems like something suspect happened again. This might just be a glitch, but nobody's believing this. This has never happened in the history of United States elections, except for the fact that it has back in 2010. Good job, Ben Wokeness, finding this stuff over here. Kamala Harris, looking to be the Attorney General of California, had something similar happen, and we weren't aware of it.
4 weeks after the November 2nd election.
Why is it 4 weeks after any election we're calling a victor or third world?
California finally has declared a winner in the Attorney General race.
The same thing will probably happen to Hilton. It's happening to Hilton already.
Harris finished so close to her Republican opponent that it took a month to finish counting every...
Why did it take a month, and why do you always stop counting once your person wins? Kind of seems like the moment she surpassed Spencer, they already knew. How do you know that another comeback can't happen? How do you know that Spencer won't pull away anymore? Why did you already call for her? It seems like they have a formula right now, and it's sickening.
3 votes. She won by less than 1 percentage point.
Interesting stuff, and this happens only one way. They've been getting away with it for 10 years, and I think that people are calling it out saying they may have overstretched their hand. It almost seems like they've had a thing where it's like, yeah, we do this thing, ballot harvesting. Maybe not necessarily fraud, but ballot harvesting, lack of voter ID, this seems shady. But it's almost like a check, like, what are you going to do about it? This looks very blatant. But what is the Trump administration going to do about this? They try to throw him in prison. It doesn't seem like he's done anything like that to them. If he's not willing to stand up right here and try to figure this out, they're probably going to end up doing it again. Because
Basically, this is what Amy Reichardt's saying. Once they get the ballot, it doesn't have any voter information. So if you didn't verify the ID, whatever, the signature, or whatever, once the ballot has been cast, it's like they separate the identification of who cast the ballot from the voter information in the actual ballot. Why would you separate the two of those unless you wanted to make it untraceable? It seems like it's done on purpose because, yeah, Bill Melugin calling out, a woman registered their dog to vote, and they successfully voted in the Gavin Newsom recall. She got caught, she's pled guilty, the dog was able to vote, but it's because the federal election, the ballots in the 2022 primary was ejected because the feds will look into it, but not the local California voter registration. It's happening, but sad to say, filthy normies don't know about it. Like Stephen A. Smith, he's a sports guy. He's just a sensationalist. I mean, I appreciate him for his sport takes, but it's insane that they're telling him about, hey, what California does with no voter ID, they've been doing it for a while. He's almost floored at the idea that what we've all known about, looking into this, what dog can register to vote, he's bewildered by it, and that's why it's very important to, like, you know, share that decoy voice video with your normie friends saying, we have a problem in California.
I think the fact that we don't have voter ID in places like California is extremely unusual in democracies across the globe. There's maybe like 2 or 3 democracies in the world that don't have it. This is just kind of like...
it's not a real democracy if you don't have voter ID, in my opinion.
A standard administrative requirement in a well-functioning democracy. So I think we should just have it. We should get this over and move on with our...
He doesn't believe it. He's like, no, you're exaggerating.
Lives. You know, it shouldn't be a big controversial issue.
Okay, Stephen A. Smith, you don't care. But I think it's important to take the temperature of normies. I was a filthy normie. Still kind of am a filthy normie. But you got to think about... What does the average basketball fan that doesn't keep up with politics, what are they ignorant to? Not because ignorant is a bad thing, but because you live in a different world. What does a normie not understand of how this is a cheat?
Excuse me for being so ignorant and asking last question. This is definitely my last question. What do you mean you don't have voter ID in California? Could you please elaborate specifically on that for my audience that may not know?
Exactly. Yeah, California does not have voter ID. You don't need to present it to register. You don't need to present it to vote. As a matter of fact, the state passed a law forbidding voter ID. So cities, counties, if they want
it's illegal to show you ID. Illegal to ask for it, illegal to show it.
Not allowed to under state law.
What? In California, we protect liquor sales more than we do democracy. Let that sink in. When did that happen?
A couple years ago, because I think it was Orange County, they wanted to have their own requirements, so they passed a law saying, no, you're not allowed to. Voter ID is not only not required, it is actively forbidden. Yes.
That's what it is right there. That's why the SAVE Act been proposed. Right there, the state of California. That's what the Republicans gonna lean on as an excuse to definitely push forth the SAVE Act. Right there, right there.
Most Americans, left or right leaning, want the SAVE Act to be passed. It's garbage Republicans that are blocking it.
I can't believe it. I didn't even know that, sir. I'm embarrassed to admit.
But it's good. He didn't start shouting, you're a racist, how dare you? Some black people don't know how to get an ID. They don't know how to go to the DMV. They don't know what a computer is. No, he just said, hey, look, I was ignorant to it. I'm glad I know it now.
There's a lot of crazy things going on in California, but I think, you know, you are seeing a return to sanity in some ways, and I see it, Democrats, Republicans, and independents in California who are saying, you know, we need to do some things differently in this state.
By the way, last thing, that no voter eligibility required. That's Gavin Newsom. Last 2 years, that was Gavin Newsom.
Yes. Correct. I kind of think Stephen A. Smith thinks he can run against Gavin Newsom. He's not. He doesn't have a chance, but this might be positioning for that.
Well, so the law saying that a locality cannot have its own voter ID requirement. That was Newsom.
There you go. That was Newsom. That's all I needed to know. Thank you, sir. Representative Kevin Colley right here with Stephen A. Really
good job on that over there. But it is the idea that all these weird things that happen with votes over in California, was this pre-planned? Is this Governor Gavin Newsom's in emergency, break glass, if Spencer Pratt might become mayor, we're going to do this?
We all have agencies. We can shape the future. There's still a lot of... I've said this before, so I'll repeat it.
He said it a lot of times because he can brazenly admit, hey, if you guys want Mayor Spencer Pratt or Governor Chad Bianco, we have plans in order to stop democracy from working.
don't anticipate this need to be the case, but there is a break the glass scenario, and there's many people that have a deep understanding of what it would look like if Democrats were locked out, and we're gonna do everything to make sure that doesn't happen. I'll leave it at that. We all have agents.
I wonder if they broke the glass in an emergency because they can't have a Spencer Pratt be mayor because he doesn't care what happens.
If elected, he'll enlist the IRS to audit the city government.
Also, as mayor, I have a good relationship with the IRS criminal investigation team. First week, I'm bringing them in. Here's all the books. Open this up. Let's see all the corruption.
If elected,
yeah, they want him to be like a reality TV star villain, but actually, he's just a villain to the Democrat establishment. If he's out there willing to say, hey, we're going to look into fraud, and we're going to figure out where the money's going, we're going to have all the government be audited. I think this is like existential crisis. The Democrats don't mind throwing Karen Bass under the bus and have her lose to Robin because they still control a Democrat establishment political political party leader like the mayor. Spencer Pratt might have been in the end of not necessarily the end of their careers, but the end of their freedom after all the fraud he probably would have found.
It crushes you. And now Susan Collins.
Yeah, you got them shaking with that one. That's why I think it was a emergency break glass, and also them overplaying their hand. Yeah, they can make up some stuff and say there was a pipe burst, or the late mail-in ballots. They favor Democrats, but only the third unknown councilwoman. Late ballots they find. It doesn't follow conventional wisdom. It's like, yeah, they know they're overplaying their hand. They know the Republicans probably could find something if they look for it, but they're desperate to do it because it's right now. It's like, you either win or you go to prison.
It doesn't matter what is happening in your life. This is a doable thing.
James O'Keefe Appropriate, he's been finding them doing fraud. Like we did that other live stream video about the guy that was paying people to register to vote, even though it's super illegal. They caught him with it, and he was like threatening violence with them. And it's like, yeah, it's been happening for such a long time. Some of these people are apparently getting six-figure incomes off only a couple months of work because it's such a lucrative thing to illegally register people to vote, illegally get people to sign ballot initiatives. We have major crime going on in these cities, and yet no one wants to solve it.
And like-minded people, you can join today.
Giving out candy to bums to sign a petition. Well, I think they were getting something like $50 per signature and giving the bums like a 20, and I'm like, wait, so he's getting more money to just find these people? It's bad. Can Republicans just do the same thing and spike Pratt's numbers because you get thrown in prison forever? They'll find you from doing it. So don't fight fire with fire, just find the fraud and stop the fraud. But the idea is, I really honestly think that Spencer, should he get to the runoff election in November, he should legally, I think one, Chad Bianco, if he has standing, I'm not certain, he should sue Governor Gavin Newsom for saying they'd have the emergency break glass thing because people didn't want to vote for Bianco because they thought their vote would be wasted. But also, I think Spencer Pratt should have the largest ballot harvesting operation. Like, he out fundraises Bass by, I think, like tenfold. All that money should not go to campaigning. You should just set up live streams in every major city and say, this is my campaign against Bass. Look at all the terrible things she's done to the city. Live stream cameras, it would be free. Old iPhone, set it up, whatever. That's his campaign. Every other single campaign dollar needs to go to ballot harvesting. There's no voter ID, get all that stuff, just ballot harvesting. That's it. And only then, if the Republicans get better at ballot harvesting than the Democrats, only then will they probably outlaw and say, okay, this isn't a good idea. This isn't about who has the best ideas. This is just about who's better at gaming the system, and in California's case, it's ballot harvesting. Yeah, Pratt has the best campaign California's ever seen. I think he's the most exciting campaign we've seen in a very long time.
Fell down the stairs.
Because listen, you don't dictate what's going on. Take a seat, or you're going to get under arrest.
One disturbing detail.
Yeah, even if they get caught, the propaganda machine goes full blast. Trump is a fascist. He's a threat to democracy. Judges and juries will be rigged if it goes to court. It never ends. Yeah, exactly. They're going to go after him. Don't ever stoop to their level because they'll highlight you as Oh my God, you are the this is like the Jussie Smollett incident. If you do a 10th, a 100th of what they do to your side, you will be the poster child of how bad you're treating that side. It's like you don't want to treat anybody bad. Just find the fraud, find the law breaking, and fix it.
Claim an offer at one of the locations and pay with your credit card. Verify that purchase, and then just like that.
So I do want to cover Austin Metcalf, but let me use your restroom. Just give me like 1 minute.
I'll search Upside's offers. After I spend, money appears in my app that I can transfer straight into my bank account.
Mississippi, in connection with an officer involved shooting.
$254 back a year.
19-year-old Zion Corinne Maggie and 19-year-old Martavion Hobbs.
On your screen and use our promo code CRIMEFIX to get an extra 25 cents back on every gallon on your first tank of gas. Leslie Annette Quintana Betancourt was a beautiful 25-year-old woman. She was loved by her mother and friends. She died on December 2nd, 2024. She was pregnant. Her life was just beginning. Leslie Annette's death was no accident, despite the claims of her boyfriend.
By the way, the trial of Carmelo Anthony is coming to an end. It's done already. Well, part of it. I heard that they did closing statements already, and tomorrow the jury's coming back to deliberate.
Are going to a home where they will find a scene
That should be interesting. We definitely have to cover the verdict, I think. And I heard supposedly the defense didn't do a good job. It's not looking good for Carmelo. That's what I heard. Oh, Miss JMD, what's up? Super active scanners, baby.
Said it's in the rear?
That's what he said, but I don't see it.
I don't want to get bit.
Nah.
Dan, you said it's in the rear?
The resident coming up with the key to see if we can access.
I'm in that rear. I'm just not sure what I'm looking for.
Please.
Pleasantville Police Department! What's going on?
Downstairs, sir.
Is she breathing?
I don't know.
EMS? We need EMS.
That's what I called for.
How'd you fall?
How'd you put the gate? Yeah, I know.
How'd she fall down the stairs?
Please calm down. Like, I have a mom. She's got a little roof. Please. We're fine, buddy. We're fine.
Yeah, she's not. She's not.
The officers have found Leslie Annette laying at the bottom of the stairs, and they try to save her, performing CPR. Leslie Annette's boyfriend, Boris Lanes Rosales, is standing over her.
Is she alive? What's going on?
Yeah, back up.
Please, sir. What do you mean back up? You want to let her over, man? Yo, Juju, I'm not doing nothing wrong, bro. Chill out, bro. I want to make sure she's okay, too. All right, relax. Okay. Bring them in. This is my house, bro. Like, you're not going to tell me to move back. Chill out. Like, human, like, bro, I want to make sure she's okay, too.
That's what we're trying to do.
What's wrong with you?
I'm trying to make sure we got it.
Okay. You work for me.
I'm not part of it.
It's already for me.
There's a lot more people coming down here, that's why
Is she okay? That's all I want to know. Just tell me if she's okay. Alright, well, that's all I want to know, man. When you tell me that, then I'll do the job. I just want to know if she's okay. That's all I want to know. We're trying to make sure. You're not doing nothing, bro. I'm not interfering with your guy's work. I just want to know, sir, that she's okay. That's all I care about. I'm not at all like acting like crazy at all. I'm just, yeah, but you're what the hell? Well, then get your. Can you bring out our section? Inside. What's going on? Like, what's going on? Can you tell me what's going on? You need the source of that? It's up on the side, like the side door. When you open up to the side. Yes, sir. Someone can give me the edge.
I need the suction. Suction? Yeah. LT, you know, they need the suction, man. I don't know if you know where that is. Yeah. I know what it looks like. I just want to put it.
Police and DMTs, they're doing everything they can to save Leslie Annette, and they don't feel that Boris is cooperating. He claims Leslie Annette fell down the stairs.
I don't know what it is.
Give them to her.
Ah, we're back. What's going on?
Leslie Annette to try to save her life, and in the process,
The video looks something like Quest 2. I mean, it's all made by AI, which is crazy how all the background music we have, and all the that artwork over there we use, it's all just by AI because, sad to say, it's hard to work with people you meet online. One, you don't know if they're not using AI themselves, and two, you don't know if they're out-of-country workers themselves, or they are an American worker that is just outsourcing your tasks to an out-of-country worker themselves. It is very sad. You said you've been a digital artist for 20 years, and sad to say, entry-level job, like simple tasks, saying like unless you're I got a buddy that does like marketing and graphic design for like large companies. Unless you're a top-tier person that is managing like rebrands of like $1 billion or $1 million CPG, getting entry-level work is going to be very difficult, I think. I stopped to do some math here. You don't use AI, you abuse AI. Sad to say, it's like if you don't get good at using AI right now, you're probably going to be out of a job. Yeah. I heard some fast food drive-thrus are outsourced to the Philippines. 100%. Like, I had a problem with a coffee shop, and sad to say, I knew I was talking with an AI person, not in country, using AI to make them seem like they were in country. And it's almost disgusting. It's like, hey, look, if you're going to outsource, just do it on the surface. Why do you got to make them sound more American? As if I would fool us right now. Was I sinking, or maybe you guys were ascending to heaven? Exactly. That's what this live stream's about. You use Grok to write up your home remodel contracts. When I was getting close to 1 million subscribers, and you can't have any copyright disputes on your channel at all. And that's like, obviously, everything I do is fair use. I've never taken somebody else's work and just published it on my channel and said, here it is, and then that's it. I didn't have, I had editing, music, commentary. It's my own transformative thing. When I was fighting a big news company, like this is a local news station under the umbrella, I believe, of Disney. When they were fighting me copyright-wise, and they were putting a strike on my channel, the quartering, nice guy, the quartering actually helped me out, saying, hey, here's where you can look to win these cases, because they're just trying to bully you around. I used AI to write up my rebuttal against them, and I had somebody else submit it for me. But it's like AI cut out the need to have like a whole paralegal or an attorney's fee to like write this thing up, and it worked too. Hey, the quarter, he's always been nice to me. He got me on his live stream a long time ago, and then when I've had questions about certain things, he's always been nice to me, saying like, oh, here, like, you know, check this thing out or whatever. I've had questions about other creators, and he's hooked me up with them. So it's like, it's been nice. It was nice to me. It wasn't ABC 7. It was somebody else's thing. I won't. Actually, I should slam them, but it was a local, I believe it was ABC affiliate in another state, and in like a 9-minute video, I used 20-minute segments of like their coverage of it, and they copyright struck me, and they said, oh yeah, you just stole our content. I'm like, this is transformative, and I used it to fight this person and also a drone operator, which in all of my time on YouTube, if a drone operator says, hey, use my footage, blah, blah, like, give me some money, and I'm like, whatever, like, cool, here's some cash, keep doing what you're doing, independent journalism. But when they just try to come out of nowhere and just strike you and like, oh, this is wrong, whatever, they oftentimes don't understand how the world works. If you post something, especially on social media, it'd be one thing if I kicked down your door, I took down your drone, and I stole your little SD card, and I tried to put up your content as mine. That'd be one thing. But if you post it on Instagram or Twitter, and I use it in my video to talk about the incident, like a bigger picture, like you were documenting an incident, and I'm talking about bigger picture, how politics influences crime, and how crime is influencing the average American voter. That's entirely separate. They're transformative. They don't get that. They just try to strike you. Yeah, two brothers on YouTube would even submit copyright claims on live music where a person was playing a piano or violin. The thing that annoys me is somebody will they will make you background music, and then later on will claim that background music to say, hey, look, this is my copyrighted works. It's like, well, you contracted this thing out, but it's a game they play. They sell all their stuff and they say this is royalty free. What they'll do is go have their music licensed to this thing, upload it somewhere else saying this is royalty free music for YouTube. So you use it because you found it as royalty free, you put it up there, and they wait for your video to get big. They won't strike it in the beginning, they won't strike you right off the bat, because they want you to keep using their content. And once you get to a certain level, you get like 100,000 views, they strike your entire library, because they know they can make money off it, and it's too late now. You're too knee-deep into using their content, and it's like, it's just a scam. What, the Mario test? Mario's an effing psycho? That's from that, underground hip-hop song. I forget what that was. Yeah. Donut got a DMCA takedown request from a body cam channel today that he reacted to. It's 100% fair use. Some channels just hate reaction content and don't understand its fair use. Well, some of the channels don't understand how internet traffic works and lookalike audiences help boost your channel's reach. They think if someone reacts to my content and they get 500,000 views to my 200,000 views, they're making more money than me, so that's unfair. I want you to take your video down. Not knowing if that channel is 500,000 views and you have 200,000 views, and a small percentage of people from Donut's channel click the link to look to your channel, once it says, hey, the lookalike audience, your overlapping audience is Donut Operator, he's got 2 million subscribers, it now will start to put you discoverable to all of Donut's 2 million casual viewers. And now you're in the loop, and that's how your channel blows up, because they see what the lookalike audience is. But if they're always fighting off finding lookalike audiences because they can't fathom he made a little more than I did, they're never gonna grow. That's why when Asmongold, Tectone, or Nux watches my stuff, I don't get any money off of that. I don't care to make money off that. They're reacting. But it programs the AIs and the algorithms to say, here's a shared audience that the algorithm couldn't figure out by themselves, and that's kind of how you gain steam. You now have 7 million, wait no, 700,000 views, and next week you'll go up if you're not a punk. I mean, I don't know, like, right now we're building back. I think most of this video, this live stream, we had 1,000 live viewers on an emerging channel, which is pretty cool. But the idea is we came down from like 7,000 live viewers from the main channel, but it's just like, you can't get angry at all that stuff and your numbers or whatever. You just have to realize, hey, the game is the game, and you just have to create good content and almost just ignore what's happening around you, because what is it? Comparison is the thief of joy. Found me through the Roach King. Yeah, you watch almost every one of my videos. You found me through another streamer. Exactly. That's just the nature. Sad to say, unless other people are talking about you in the space, you're kind of a nobody. And I remember the first time, I think it was one of Hassan's orbiters, complained about, I forget what my video was even about. They complained about me. They complained about Brett Cooper, and I forgot who else. But his thumbnail was him being judgmental about me, and I was there with Brett Cooper, and I'm like, I know it's not good to have a guy hating on you and getting his whole audience riled up to just hate your existence, but honestly, it's very validating to say, hey, nobody complains about a nobody. So once you become a target to them, that's validating that you're making waves. They gotta counteract your voice, because otherwise they wouldn't see you as a threat. Yeah, you have gone and subbed to multiple body cams from Donuts. Multiple body cam channels from Donuts. Exactly. You need to have that sort of openness to people making more of you. Like, what is it? Ava and Preach. I did a video on Johnny Somali. Probably got 200,000 views. Ava and Preach reviewed my video to like, on a 25-minute video, like 3 times the length of my video, and got maybe 1.1 million views. They probably made $5,000 off a video I made $200 off of. But long term, it's good to, one, be acknowledged by people that you respect in the content creator space, but two, it expands your reach.
We learned a little bit about Boris's background.
Maybe add a gimmick to your channel, like wear a Raiden hat. I think me sounding the way I do is the gimmick. I get hate comments sometimes. Like, I think I commented on background music video and maybe a shoe on head video, and from a lot of comments saying, oh, we like you, we like you, we like you, and some people like, oh my god, it's a guy with a fake voice, blah blah blah, he's so stupid. And I'm like, you think my voice is the worst voice on YouTube, but you've heard my voice. Like, that's the thing, it's like, you have a weird thing about you, and you just kind of roll with it. Yeah, you're an oldie, you found me through the algorithm when I was still with Johnny Somali, and it is very sad that some people saw the gold rush that was Johnny Somali. Just like right now there is a gold rush with Hassan Biker, where they're just stepping on so many rakes. You can make what Shoe on Head says is diabolical money, covering them round the clock and just making them look like an idiot because people want to see them fail. They want to see them lose. But Johnny Somali's going to prison. Hassan is at some point just not going to have an audience anymore. If you build your career on the downfall of one single person, once they fall, it's a parasitic. Like, once you beat best them, your career is gone too. Like, oh, we're the viruses, we took over the entire body, but now the body's gone, it's dead. So it's like, you gotta be diverse. I'll talk about politics, I'll talk about social issues, I'll talk about crime, we'll talk about body cam footage, we'll talk about, the Celtics, like, trying to stay diverse. His voice must be broadcast from the rooftops. I mean, yeah. You like that Hassan thinks a suit gives him more credibility? I like the idea that Shoe on Head was able to just lightly roast him for wearing Gucci. So he stopped wearing Gucci, and then he was wearing suits, and then she roasted him for wearing suits. I think the next episode he stopped wearing suits, and it's like, she has so much control over him. Like, she's under his skin, where he tries to say, oh yeah, we don't care about her, but we only care about her feet, or whatever weird comedy he made. But the idea is, if you genuinely didn't care about them, you wouldn't let them dictate you how you live your life. He wants her approvals more. He wants her approval more than he wants the approval of his own audience. And that says something. Oddly enough, you found me talking about Reckless Ben. I don't know who Reckless Ben is.
You just simply being
Team, Detective Carmen, they're gonna
So what are you doing right now, Sergeant?
You remember when Hassan compared himself to Superman? Yeah, it's a thing. Oh, the Lego guy? Really? I was covering that thing. I was probably the person that was blasted the hardest for not liking that content, because everybody else is making diabolical money covering the Lego content, because it's like hour-long episodes. You can make hour-and-a-half-long episodes reacting to the content, but I was like, this guy seems like he's milking this content. Like, he doesn't want to win the lawsuit. He wants to make long videos that he can expose a cult and make more money off of exposing cult, because that's his whole YouTube channel is. His winners are cult-related, so he's found a cult. What's happening over there? It is sad how the police are shady, but it's like, I'm not a big fan of somebody not just going through the legal process. Both of the legal process. But people hated that. People hated that about me.
Just take a seat down, please.
Donuts chat was wild during that, as so many people took it way too personally and didn't like Donuts' unbiased opinion towards all sides. And that's one thing I just remember is Officer Brandon Tatum. There was one police body cam footage that he reviewed, and I believe Tatum was a former, was he Arizona copper? I forget, but I know he was former SWAT, and he had a very pro-police perspective. And no matter what, without fail, he was going to take their side. And it's like, everybody's blasting him. The cops are wrong in this incident. It's like, yes, objectively the cops are wrong in this. But you don't watch Officer Tatum for the unbiased opinion. You watch him to say, okay, what would a very, very veteran SWAT copper say about this incident? The same way I'll watch Ben Shapiro, not because I think he's based and he has all the right ideas. I'm like, okay, what is the die-hard right going to say about this? You look at Reddit just to see, like, what would the die-hard leftist progressive activists would say about it? Like, you want to see all the sides, not because I get my opinions and my virtues and values from them, but because we're not in an echo chamber. But sad to say, sometimes one person can have one bad take to the masses, and they gotta cancel them. I think it was Tucson VID, I think so.
It's not involved. She deserves no. Please, can you just shut up?
Cat putting on a clinic? Wait, are they explain right now?
Yeah, it's kind of late. One.
No, 5:30. 5:30. Well, 5:30 my
Things
time.
really aren't going well with Boris. The officers try another tact, and then there's a
Oh, it was the incident where the cop shoots the old lady that threatened to throw boiling water on him. I think I remember that because I was saying that and seeing the comments of everybody blasting him for it. But honestly, I saw the same thing. It's like, yeah, boiling water may not harm you, but since when is it a cop's responsibility to let people throw boiling water on you? You don't know what's in there. It could be something corrosive that could permanently disfigure you for the rest of your life. But people gave Tatum such backlash over that. But it's like, yeah. Reckless Ben tried to go into the courts, now he has charges. Exactly. Well, the thing that made me lose it with Reckless Ben, just like, I was kind of like, this video is dragging on too far. He was showing up to the house in like a thong, and it's like, yeah, the guy's ripped and he's buff, so it's good for social media for that clip to be there. But it's like, this isn't helping you win the case. If I was just a regular copper on that beat and I saw this, mentally, even if you're not a shady copper, you're showing up, homeowner, guy in a thong with a whole bunch of cameras around him, you're automatically gonna start to side with the homeowner in that scenario. So it's like, I understand what he's doing. Doing a fine, good job at it, has all the attention on him, and he's making great content that he's getting paid for. But again, I was taking up the perspective of, if he's trying to win this case, he's hurting it for his buddy. Decoy go on the whatever podcast are fresh and fit, yell at people, it might go viral. I want to go viral. Here's the thing, it's unsustainable to go viral. I can have a crazy moment while I'm on whatever podcast and I'm making somebody look dumb. You'll get a boost in viewership because they want that drama. It's like, you don't ever try to lean into drama like that. We know creators that have leaned into drama like that and it's backfired horrendously for them. But the idea, if my purpose of being on the internet isn't to create high contrast drama moments that I can form for the eternity, then why start a career? Why lean into a career that's going to rely on that later on? That thong part was kind of funny, but I agree some things he did were not exactly helping. Also, he said he sued and already won. Exactly, like, a lot of people just don't understand that we have a legal system, not a justice system. You can be in the right, you can even win in court, but if it's not legally enforceable, like, you can't draw blood from a stone. If the guy sold the Legos and spent the money shadily, doesn't have the money anymore, even if you win in court, sometimes you can never collect. It's a broken system, but it's like we don't live in a Pixar Disney movie. Sometimes you just get ripped off. There should be recourse, and you should try to figure it out, but showing up in a thong is going to do that. It was branded, and he did 4D chess then, but everyone says they were wrong. It's quite resounding. It's actually weird as F to have something everyone agrees on. I don't know what that is. But also, he's made more money in AdSense revenue, building his career, and having that GoFundMe. He's won several fold. And I agree, tactically, being outrageous and making, like, you know, the YouTube vlog style of this case has netted him. It's made him far more winner is if he went to court and said, hey, you owe me $200,000 of Lego. Court orders and pay $200,000 of Lego. He recovers $80,000 of it, and all he has is $20,000. So here's the cash. No, everybody would take the YouTube career, the unlimited AdSense dollars, and also the GoFundMe that overshadows the lost Legos. They need the money for the owner of Legos to pay for his cancer treatment, pretty sure, which is horrendous, but again, they got that money and more.
Absolutely.
Yeah, you agree the cops are corrupt, but you're not a fan of that content style. The only good thing I see from that is sometimes sensationalized content is the only way you can get justice. If it was a dry decoy voice video saying, hey, these cops are shady, gets 200,000 views, nobody cares. If you make the sensationalist thong content showing how shady these cops are and how corrupt they are, it gets 5 million views on your channel, an additional 10 million views on Asmongold's channel, an additional 10 million views on Penguin Zero channel. Now you got some steam and people are noticing. Now you just gotta get that rotten mango girl to pay attention and post about it too. Now you have what is the equivalency of like when
So this entire
that
time,
guy?
Boris's
Or
mom
Kelly.
has been in the
He'd been doing those horrendous things for a long time, and only when they had that documentary series, Surviving R. Kelly, did the law say, wait, everybody's upset about this thing. We'll look bad if we don't throw this guy in prison. So only then he was like, I'm trying to spend time with my kids, and they threw him in prison forever. Sometimes sensationalized documentary series are the only path to justice. Rotten Mango is a podcast girl. She used to be a mukbang channel. I'm pretty certain, I might have this wrong, but Rotten Mango was plugged into the Mr. Beast Daryl Eves network. Changed her channel, like her content strategy, and blew up. Like if you look at any top 10 podcast overall, Rotten Mango just talks about human true crime. Well, I believe like her boyfriend's just off camera. She is like typically top 3 podcasts overall. Like above the Joe Rogan, above the Qualler Daddies. Like she is killing it. And it's like, I remember I covered Johnny Somali forever, but she covers Johnny Somali to like normies, like a huge female audience. And that's what pulls in normies to know about your crimes. And it's like, you need somebody that is bigger than the news cycle. I don't know how to phrase it, but it's like, if I say something about the news, whatever, like earthquake in Philippines, I report on it. Nobody reports on what I say about the earthquake in Philippines. But if Elon Musk, Joe Rogan, Asmongold, or Rotten Mango, they have commentary about something, event that happened, people report on Elon Musk says blank. You gotta be bigger than the news cycle, and once you get to that level, then you're making waves. She does very long form stories. She's very good at it. Yeah. You say girls have it easier when it comes to YouTube. The one thing I'll say is you're weighed differently for what you provide, and a lot of times what a girl provides to something is like their attractiveness. Like I'll say, Brett Cooper is her success was very contingent on how much of a attractive girl she was. But she could not be just an empty shell attractive girl without the personality, without her intelligence, without her energy and her being light on her feet, and also just having really base takes on everything. It was both of it, but I think when you do that, like I can come out bummy, like this is me, t-shirt, backwards hat, my hair's fucked up today, like you can just kind of show up But if you're somebody that is known to be a pretty girl, there's no rolling out of bed to make content. You gotta doll yourself up. You gotta have a cool outfit. People are expecting it of you, and it makes it more difficult because you have to have both of it. I think G Unit had the best example of why it's easier to make rappers than R&B stars, because rappers are like, yeah, you want to go on tour as a rapper, you get a fresh white tee, a diamond out blend chain, and a fitted cap, and you're good to go. If a girl wants to go on tour, you need to have designers, you need to have different wardrobe changes, makeup artists, hair artists, sometimes it's wigs, like it's a whole production to get you on there. Guys can kind of look bummy. Throw on a white tee, throw on a chain, and all of a sudden
thanks so much for being with me. I'll see you back here next time.
Yeah, you love Rotten Mango because it's just good content out there. St. Brett's a bad example. I would say maybe it's like a who was out there that was just known for being pretty? Didn't have anything, didn't provide anything beyond being pretty. I don't know. But I would say it does help you out being pretty, because I just say thumbnail design is half of it. If you are a content creator and you look like AOC, you're gonna have a whole lot easier time if you're a content creator and you look like Nancy Pelosi. One thumbnail is a lot more attractive for people to click on than the other, and that's just the way the world is.
Our mom is Hannah Pingree. She's running for governor, the youngest woman ever elected Speaker of the House.
Oh yeah, Pokimane, exactly. Pokimane.
She's a lot taller than she looks. As governor,
and the other ones. But it's like
Trump and make Maine better for all.
You minus one thing out of the equation, and they're not as popular. It's still the same thing with Brett Cooper. There's plenty of based, very talented content creators out there that maybe not necessarily as good as her, but they'll never be as successful as her because she's just so much of like the ideal, what do they call it in baseball, the 5-tool player. You know, if a guy can field, he can hit, he's got power, he's got contact, he has got speed. It's like she had pretty much everything you needed to build your ideal content creator, and none of it was fabricated. It was just innate talent she had, and people bought onto it fully because she was genuinely like that. Like, I think the idea that some people say, oh, Brett fell off, it's like, no. Brett was a conservative content creator who was she was huge because she was genuinely a conservative content creator. If you follow her on Instagram, she's like homesteading. She's got a baby, she's got a farm, like, she's still making content, but her priority is her baby, her husband, her farm. Like, she's about that life, and this is her success.
That's what I thought. Go inside.
Why are people confused by that? Mid and vaguely Asian equals 5-tool player.
Listen to me.
I will never understand how. When I was younger, we called Wasians. We were Happas. We're Happas. We're half this, half that. Happas. But now Wasians are like, they're like the most popular thing out there, and now they're even dividing Wasians amongst each other, where there's a Wasian where it's commonly Asian mom, white dad. Those are called factory farmed Asians, and now they're calling Asian dad, white mom, ethically sourced Asians. And I'm like, wait. There's not even that many of you. Like, we just need to appreciate it for what it is. But now they're going to war with each other. It's a whole thing. It's like, guys, shut the fuck out. Like, stop it. Popular to who? The Wasians or Happas. They're popular to video game guys that are chronically online. That's what they like. Don't. Yeah, you say you're ethically sourced. Exactly. Why is it infighting on this thing? Practically all the same thing.
Okay, I hear you. Okay. And then what happened after she hit you? Did she get back into the car?
Yeah, she go back in the car. Call my lady. Touch my phone. Call my lady. Bust my phone and shit off.
Well, let's see if we can get your phone.
Is that not blatantly sexist? It is.
Okay. All right, let's go ahead and turn around. Push your hands back. Just being detained.
Stop
Not
it.
under arrest.
Get some help. Exactly.
Okay.
We're all humans. Some may be lizards. Exactly.
Where's she coming from?
But okay.
So she just
We're having a lighthearted conversation, but we gotta talk about Austin Metcalf, Carmelo Anthony. It's getting bad. The trial is actually showing It's probably exactly why they didn't release those footage of the murder. They're refusing to release it because I think it would cause riots.
There they are, standing in a row. Big ones, small ones, some as big as your head. I give himself with a twister of his thumb and say, oh, I've got to look my bunch of you know.
But I don't know if it's allowed to swing on campus.
Y'all never agreed on his money, but she said you wanted to smash her or whatever, do something like that in exchange
Hi,
for money.
Sandra. Well, we are expecting some sort of update at the moment because jurors were supposed to return from a lunch break at 1:30 Eastern Time. It's now 2:50 Eastern Time, so this delay going over an hour right now. Some of the major questions we have: is the defense close to resting, and will Carmelo Anthony take the stand?
And I heard that the defense didn't even want to. They didn't want to have to testify. They're like, okay, we're done. Prosecution had their witnesses. I was hoping they would read what the witnesses said. Maybe they can't divulge that.
Not doing the work on his car. I'm not paying for it. Love triangle for real. They need to work that out.
Has been arguing that Anthony stabbed 17-year-old Austin Metcalf in self-defense, and supporters have claimed that race is a factor. But inside the courtroom, jurors have heard testimony that paints a very different picture. Today, the defense called a school police officer to the stand who testified that knives under 5 inches are legal to carry in Texas. But the defense asked it would surprise you if schools had policies against such things. The officer said no, it would not. And one of the defense's own witnesses during cross-examination said, quote, I think Carmelo was in the wrong.
Yeah, because the defense didn't want to testify. I think they wanted to go right to, what is it called, they wanted to be over. I forget the phrase.
Prosecutors asked, did Carmelo Anthony provoke the confrontation? He answered yes. And on the prosecution side, jurors heard from student witnesses who described Anthony as the aggressor, saying he refused to leave their team's tent after Metcalf repeatedly asked him. A 16-year-old witness testified that, quote, Anthony repeated, F y'all, I'm not going to leave. He said Anthony also threatened, touch me and see what happens, while Metcalf told him, quote, I am not going to fight you.
Kind of sounds like he was there to provoke the fight and was already trying to see if he could say, I want to have self-defense and I'm going to end you. Maybe he didn't think he was going to end him with a 3-inch blade, but I mean, it kind of seems like the witnesses there, they said he had his hand in his backpack and said, move me, what are you going to do? I'm not going to leave, F you all. And it's like, yeah, this doesn't sound like self-defense. It sounds like you had initiated this thing, and it's not going to end well.
Again, we're expecting some sort of update any moment since jurors were supposed to return to that courtroom over an hour ago. Reporters have not been told yet what this delay is all about, Sandra.
Got it. Keep us posted. Brooke Taylor there in McKinney, Texas for us. Thank you. John?
All right, let's bring in criminal defense attorney Donna Rotuno, host of the Crime and Justice podcast, and the Fox News contributor. You know, Donna, the first rule of cross-examination or even direct examination in a trial is never ask a witness a question you don't already know the answer to. Let's put that back up on the screen with Brooke Taylor.
That's probably why they didn't want to testify.
Just told us about. The witness was asked by the prosecution in cross-examination, and the witness said, I think Carmelo was in the wrong. Prosecutor said, did Carmelo Anthony provoke the confrontation? Witness said, yes. I don't think the defense knew that was coming.
Would you tell me where you are so we can...
They absolutely did not know that was coming, and that one question could really turn the tide here. I mean, at the end of the day, I never thought that this case would...
What I don't understand is, chat, correct me if I'm wrong, didn't he fundraise $1 million from his GoFundMe, which is sickening in the first place? Like, why would he say, "Hey, he murdered a guy," or allegedly murdered a guy? We need $1 million. Like, what? Oh no, I'm sorry. $500,000. Thank you. $500,000. $600,000. How come he doesn't have a better defense? How come he got a jury that was all white? Like, they keep on saying nobody, they kept on contesting the jurors that were black because they wouldn't unbiasedly sentence him had he been found guilty. But you gotta wonder, like, $600,000 should be able to finance a
better attorney than what he got.
Rose to the level of self-defense. This is a sad, awful, tragic circumstance where a young person made a really horrible decision, but decisions have consequences, and I think we're going to see that the self-defense claim is really not going to hold water here.
I mean, this changes everything.
I was going back to my car.
It does. Well, it does. I mean, I think, though, that the prosecution's witnesses laid this out pretty clearly. I think the prosecutors did a very good job calling witnesses. They stuck to the facts. They asked the pertinent questions.
Did they play the video? Because there's a video of the incident, right? From this. Here's a public defender? Yikes.
Didn't allow witnesses to kind of go all over the place, and most of the witnesses did testify the same way. So, and remember, you're talking about 17-year-old kids at the time, and they're watching what happens. Emotions are high, but I think at the end of the day, they do want to get up and tell the truth, and I'm sure the defense is not...
Okay, they have not released the video publicly, but they showed it to the jury, so there was nothing getting them out of this. If the video is as bad as we're thinking it is, the case was open and shut. I'm surprised they didn't offer a plea bargain earlier.
Anticipating that answer, but the prosecution asked the right question, and they definitely got the answer they were looking for.
So they had that police officer, Donna, on the stand who said that carrying a knife under 5 inches is not against Texas law, not illegal. It's probably, though, against school policy, which I believe it was. So he was on school property.
No question.
I mean, what argument is the defense looking to make here? That yes, he was on school property, but school wasn't officially in, and therefore the rules are different. I mean, what are they trying to get at here?
And it's causing a disturbance.
Well, I'm not really sure. I don't think it really matters, right? Whether you could have the knife legally doesn't mean that you could use it in the way that it was used. So I think the argument is almost like a red herring. The school obviously has policies. You cannot bring weapons to school. I mean, guns are legal in Texas too, and you can't walk into the doors of schools with weapons. So at the end of the day, I don't think that this argument really makes any difference in terms of whether or not Carmelo Anthony had the right to use the weapon, whether he could have had it on his person or not really isn't the issue.
Our good friend Paul Morrow offered this on the crime.
Carmelo Anthony is in the opposing team's tent for no good reason. Number two, he's armed with a knife. All right, those.
And there was other reporting saying that he knew he was in the wrong tent. He was allegedly just trying to provoke a response out of them, like saying, "Oh, in my school we don't have to do this, but then you're not going to tell me to move." And we've seen. Not necessarily from, this specific incident, but we've seen people going in places they don't belong and just getting they're getting, offended at the idea that somebody would tell them, hey, the rules are different here, you're not supposed to be here. It's like, no, I do whatever I want. This sense of entitlement is getting too much.
Are not in dispute. Those are facts. Then we get the testimony. He's there, he's asked to leave, he doesn't want to leave. He says, touch me, you'll find out. According to the testimony, then Austin Metcalf puts a hand on him, gently shoves him, and then he reacts, reaches in, pulls out this knife. Why he had a knife at a track meet is going to be a big issue.
Yes.
You bet it is.
Okay. What do you want to do with the situation?
Donna. Yeah, I mean, the fact that he's armed is obviously the issue, and whether or not he had a right to have it legally on his person or a right to have it at school, I don't really think makes a difference. I mean, the argument for having the knife...
The rules may be murky, but the rule is you don't stab somebody, so that's the one we care about.
Doesn't go to whether or not that's a separate crime. The argument having the knife goes to what his intent was. Why are you bringing a knife, and does that then rise to the level of a murder that's more serious than just some, provoked action that maybe you act in a way that you're not thinking about it, and it's more of an emotional reaction or sudden provocation.
So one of the key issues here is whether or not Carmelo Anthony should have been in the opposing team's tent. Obviously, during football season, that's something that you don't do. But the defense had a witness on the stand today who said, look, at a track meet, things are a lot more laid back. It's not unusual for opposing team members to wander into the other one's tent.
Because a lot of times, I'm not saying I know anything about this particular incident, but a lot of times the kids know each other. They go to the same house parties. They transfer between schools, especially if they're athletes. Like, they might be buddies and just walking from tent to tent, which is fine. But if someone tells you, hey, look, we're doing something here, go back to your own tent, you don't reach into your backpack, grab your knife, and say, oh, what the F are you going to do about it? Like, that seems like it's premeditated.
here was, Jake Carmelo Anthony enter the opposing team's tent and did Austin Metcalf take issue with that, try to push him out of the tent. I mean, this witness that they had on this morning that says it's a lot more casual, what kind of effect do you think that might have had on the jury?
Well, I think it's interesting, right, because most of the prosecution witnesses testified that he shouldn't have been there. Everybody kind of has their own places. So this witness today that said it was more friendly and you could come in, that didn't really seem to be the tone of the prosecution's witnesses, because many of them said he was asked 15 times to leave and he never left. So I'm not so sure.
Probably because, I'm guessing because he had the knife and thought he had some sort of... He wasn't going to be told to do anything because he brought a weapon.
That really matters in terms of the crime itself. I think what it does do, though, is it paints for the jury the picture of what was going on in that tent and why Mr. Anthony would have pulled a knife out of his bag. He was obviously upset. He obviously didn't want to leave, and I think that they're trying to show that he knew exactly what he was doing when he put his hand inside that bag.
Oh boy. All right, Donna Rotuno with the very latest, and
tragic.
Which has come out of that, absolutely tragic. Donna, thank you.
Thank you, Donna.
Yeah, and it's sad because you see, the more you see about this is, I know, I think this is the same thing. What the defense arrests, is this the same thing?
At any moment, we are expecting some sort of update. That's because these jurors were let out on a lunch break. When they came back, there was a delay for more than an hour where they didn't let the jurors and reporters back in the courtroom. Reporters outside the courtroom said they saw prosecutors go in and out, and Austin Metcalf's mother and father also go inside the courtroom. Just a few minutes ago, jurors and reporters were allowed back in. Refreshing my phone here, we have our producer also all on standby, waiting to find out what this delay was all about. But
he's taking a plea, Chad, right? He's taking a plea, saying, we're not winning this, and hopefully getting the charges turned down.
Anthony is charged with murder after admitting to stabbing 17-year-old Austin Metcalf in the chest during a high school track meet last year. Investigators say the confrontation started after Anthony was sitting under a tent belonging to Metcalf's team. Witnesses testified that Metcalf repeatedly asked him to leave. One witness said that Anthony was asked to leave about 15 times. So far, the defense has called up 6 witnesses, including one teen who said this during cross-examination. Quote, I think confrontation from more than a dozen student witnesses...
Oh yeah, wait, so did we see this? Oh yeah, here you go, this is new.
Was important. More than a dozen student witnesses who described Anthony as the aggressor, including an 18-year-old student athlete. This was important testimony because he knew both Anthony and Metcalf and even previously hung out with Anthony. He testified, quote, Anthony said, you will have to move me. Austin put his hands on his back. I saw Carmelo's hand go in the backpack or at a track meet. I wouldn't expect anything to be in there. Carmelo said, touch me. You'll have to move me and find out, trying to provoke me again. We are just waiting to find out what that delay is. As soon as we have that answer, we will bring it to you, Martha.
Yeah, when every eyewitness says the same exact thing and it lines up with common sense / logic, it should be an easy case. That's why I think he's got to go into a plea.
All right, Brooke, thank you very much. Let's bring in Josh Ritter, criminal defense attorney, former prosecutor, and Fox News contributor. Josh, obviously, Brooke is waiting. We're all waiting to figure out what this delay is as we wait for the defense to continue their part of this case. Any thoughts on what might be happening here?
At this point in the trial, my first instinct was perhaps they're talking to Carmelo Anthony about whether or not he wants to testify. And sometimes that takes some time. He has to confer with his attorneys, even if it's at the last moment, him making a decision. The judge also has to advise him of his rights, that he has a right to testify. But then hearing that the Metcalf family has been brought inside the courtroom along with the prosecutors, this could be last-minute plea negotiations. I mean, things like this do happen. We're at the end of the prosecution's case. We're hearing that the defense case may not be going as they had hoped and planned, and perhaps they're looking for some last-ditch effort to try to spare him a lifetime in prison.
Interesting.
Yeah, I wonder if his attorney's saying, hey, you're probably facing life. If there's anything we can do to salvage any of your freedom, like a possibility of probation with a plea, maybe we just do that and save everybody any more grief. But I mean, I think it's sad. But okay, this is horrendous in itself. But the crazier part about this is How many people are protesting on behalf of Carmelo Anthony, and how they don't necessarily have a he's guilty or he's innocent or he was doing self-defense. It's just race for them. It almost seems like they're just happy that a poor victim and his family are harmed from this. Like, they just want it because all they do is see things through the lens of race. And it's actually kind of horrifying that we live amongst racists that wish this.
If evidence does come out that Carmelo was not in fact fighting for his life when he stabbed, if evidence does come out that Carmelo was not in fact fighting for his life when he stabbed and killed Austin Metcalf, do you think that the black community will accept that?
If evidence shows that he did not, no, we're gonna stand by ours regardless. They stand by.
And we saw this same thing with Breonna Taylor, where I'm sorry, not Breonna Taylor. Was it Mike Brown? I'm getting them mixed up in my head. Where they said later on they found out that the evidence was they weren't an innocent this thing. They actually were involved and were it might have been Michael Brown, I think, but it was when no OJ. It was I forget which I want to get it right, but I think it was when they found out that it was actually, I think it was Michael Brown was actually reaching for the officer's weapon and wasn't hands up, don't shoot. They say we don't care about the reality. We're just about the rioting and looting and the police are shady.
Theirs. We're gonna stand by ours regardless. I'm a mother first. I'm a black mother. Let me put that on there. I'm an African American mother.
So it means that she's actually openly admitting she's a black mother. So if her children were to commit some sort of atrocity, she wouldn't care because she's tribalism first over justice. It was Mike Brown, yes.
So I have to put away my color first and step into the motherhood. Nobody wants to see their child slain. She can't fathom being the mother of Austin Metcalf. She literally can't imagine her son not committing the murder. This is very telling of where she sees herself, because I feel like a lot of people, when they see a police body cam interaction, they're soft snitching on themselves. Do they see somebody enforcing the law? Do they take the side? Not necessarily body cam. When they see somebody a horrendous murder was committed, do they see themselves as the innocent victim, or do they see themselves as the murderer? And it's almost like self-snitching of, if you mentally take the side of, well, maybe you had a reason to kill the person, we know what you had the propensity to do. I do want to send prayers to Austin Metcalf, their family.
Yes.
But at the end of the day, I got to think okay, what did you do to him or whatever to cause this to happen, to react?
I do not believe in a single instant that if her son was murdered, she would think, okay, yeah, he was killed and I lost my son. You love your son. But what did he do to deserve the murder? I refuse to believe that's where her brain would go.
We gotta start taking accountability for our kids. Because then again, if my kid, that's why it's a catch-22, if my kid was Carmelo and I feel like his back was up against the wall, well, I'm gonna take straight up, better mine than yours.
And there's the race thing. She's like, I'm taking race out of it. No. You already sided with him because you started with as a black mother. And she is disgusting.
Better mine than yours. So either way it go, everybody loses. A black boy.
Yeah, everybody loses if all of a sudden riots take to the streets, kill more innocent black people, and loot your local Starbucks and throw bricks through your local Targets, and they shut down, and you end up with a food desert in your hometown. Everybody loses there. But only one family loses if you just lock away the murderer forever. Austin Metcalf's family loses. Maybe you lock away a murderer that shows up to a high school campus saying, "Move me," while placing his hand on a knife.
Allegedly murdered, and I say allegedly, heavy on the allegedly murdered somebody. You see what I'm saying? So yeah, this is about race. Because if the shoe was on the other foot, they wouldn't give a damn.
Who wouldn't give a damn?
Let me say this. Let's say the community.
So if Carmelo...
I'm pretty certain when George Floyd died, the white community marched in unison. You probably had more white marchers than you did black marchers for BLM. You're trying to be condescending to them, but there was a large movement for that.
Anthony was the one stabbed and killed by Austin Metcalf.
They would give a damn.
I come out here every Thursday and we pray for people.
And she's like,
on the court.
saying like, oh, people wouldn't care. Sad to say, she would not be out there, that mother. She would not be out there had it been a black guy stabbed Carmelo Anthony. That happens an awful lot. It's a tragedy when it happens every time. Look at Chicago. But you never see them, the Black Panthers showing up, marching against a black man murdering another black man. Very, very sad.
I give a damn.
I come out here every Thursday and we pray for people on the court. Because we know this is the final frontier of racism, and it's legalized here.
It was announced yesterday that there's no black jurors that were chosen. What are your thoughts on that?
It's not necessarily about race on that, it's about the individual jurors that when questioned were refusing to give an unbiased opinion about sentencing. I don't blame a race, I blame those specific jurors for not getting through the selection process.
That's why we need God. That's why we need God, and that's why He's going to show who's in control.
And would you be open to giving us your personal insights into the Carmelo Anthony trial and what your thoughts are on it?
I just want justice done. You know, we know nobody go to a track meet to murder anybody. Okay, come on.
Maybe sometimes they do. I'm not saying, but maybe sometimes they do. I wouldn't just throw that out there as if it's not a possibility.
That's an accident, self-defense, that's what it was. I'm not saying the kid should get off free, but first-degree murder, come on. Basically, he's facing the wrong charge for the crime that was committed.
I honestly could see it as being downgraded to manslaughter, where he meant to harm him, like heat of the moment type of thing. He didn't show up to do it, but when it presented with it, so I could see it being downgraded like that. And also with that blade, I don't know, like, I wonder if you can prove beyond a reasonable doubt he showed up that day to do that kid in, having not known him, from my understanding.
Do you think Carmelo is innocent? Do you feel like it's been an unfair response to what happened to Carmelo Anthony?
I feel that the justice system always over-respond when it comes to us. So, definitely, I mean, you look at the charge. It was self-defense. He was wrestling with.
But again, he hasn't seen the video, but he's already come up with a verdict for himself. Very scary that he's a community leader.
Guys, I don't know what the parameters of it, but it was 2 people. So, you know, 2 against 1, that's self-defense.
He does have blood on his shirt.
Again, you hear their opinions because you want to hear what the other side says. But sad to say, Savannah Hernandez was amongst these protesters of justice, saying one of the most shocking things I witnessed today was this woman in pink screaming, "You're gonna end up like Metcalf. You're gonna be pushing up daisies." I caught the tail end of her saying this to Metcalf supporters in the clip. I also witnessed several Carmelo supporters get extremely aggressive when any media tried speaking with them. Link below, and immediately they'd say, "We told y'all to stop coming the F over here." At one point, I started warning every reporter who was trying to speak to the group, as earlier, another local reporter had tapped the shoulder of the man who led their chants. This man immediately squared up and acted like the reporter had punched him. Exactly. Almost like they're looking for a fight. I've been covering protests for 7 years, and this is some of the most violent and racially charged rhetoric I've ever encountered. And here's the thing, they're basing this thing on race. They're basing it saying, you're going to end up like Metcalf. And I think the same thing that happens with, like, immigration, where moderate political activists, not political activists, like moderate people, like moderately conservative and moderate liberals just say, hey, should we be providing asylum to refugees? They see it as like, you know, a political thing. Should we be doing this or not? But some of these people coming over the border are fighting essentially a holy war. They're here because they think they need to make America their religion. We're coming from the Middle East, and America is violating our the rules we receive from God. So we need to come to America, colonize you, and make you live more modestly. The women are showing too much skin. This is a holy war from them to come over here and forcibly convert you. The same thing is happening with this scenario, where a lot of moderate people are just here to say, hey look, was this self-defense? Was this premeditated murder? And the other side is, this is a race war for them. And it's like, we can never find commonality with people, where it's like, hey, we're just looking through legalities and trying to find common ground. You can't find common ground with someone that is fighting a holy war or a race war against you. I'm not trying to radicalize anybody against this, but it's one of those things of, you're trying to have a civilized conversation to hear them out, you just gotta ignore them. You're never gonna get useful input from somebody that sees you as an enemy combatant. Because this one guy said, they were yelling crackers and everything, they say, this guy is Jacob Blake Sr. He's been mad since 2021 when cops shot his son and paralyzed him, and since then he's become an extremely hateful man who tours with BLM-funded groups. And it's like, I didn't even realize Jacob Blake was even still a thing. Did they realize it wasn't? Remember the narrative in the beginning was, Jacob Blake just showed up and saw two women fighting. Jacob Blake called 911 and said, hey, I'm trying to stop this fight, and then the cops shot and paralyzed him. Like, that was the narrative in the beginning. And then later on, they realized, oh no, correct me if I'm wrong, chat, but didn't he say he was there, this was his ex, they had kids together, he had digitally ordered her on a previous occasion, and the court testimony is disgusting what he did. And then, when he got shot and paralyzed, he was in the process of kidnapping the kids. He had already, I think he body checked the one cop on the ground, and he was actively reaching for a knife in his car with the kids inside, and that's when the cops, unfortunately, fired upon him and paralyzed him. Kamala Harris went to the hospital and told him, I'm proud of you. But it's like, I thought you guys were all about, like, women's rights and stopping people that would abuse them and kidnap their children and assault them and then try to fight the cops. Like, why would he become the hero? And yet you still have this guy platform, the father, that probably got donations based on that atrocity that his son had committed, and now he's like the face of this thing.
We gotta check it out, make sure there's nothing still going on.
You can't have a civilized conversation or debate with a zealot, a perpetual victim. It is their entire identity, and any questioning of it threatens their entire view of self. Exactly. If you attack the narrative, you're attacking them as a person, and then it becomes personal. You can no longer have a conversation about ideas, virtues, and values. It's all about, you're making me feel bad as a person. Now I'm screeching and yelling.
No one deals more deals than Priceline. I should know. I negotiated them.
So sad these situations get more ignited than diffused. Education gets snuffed into hate, fear, and propaganda. That poor young man, so sad beyond words. Exactly, because now it's become more than just a murder trial. It's become about race. And sad to say, I don't know if they're going to get steamed like the BLM riots, but
I was barricaded at the Capitol.
Probably wouldn't be surprised if some poor business got burned down because this murder trial doesn't go the way the racists wanted to.
As Trump rips away healthcare, ICE is terrorizing our streets, and billionaires buy elections. I spent my career defending democracy from election deniers and fighting corporate PACs. We need to take on Trump.
Koreans were enslaved for 2,000 years back in 2046. But no, 246. You don't see Koreans using it as an excuse for all the bad they do. I think the crazy part is, somebody said, everybody said, oh, we were colonized, and that's what held us back. And they're like, well, what was it? Ethiopia was never colonized by any, European or, any European colonizers. And yet, they still seem pretty in the past. Meanwhile, Vietnam had been colonized for I don't know, centuries? I don't know. For a very long time. Vietnamese people, they're much more, despite being in a literal jungle, they're very light-skinned sometimes. They're very French-infused. Even Vietnamese isn't like Korean or Chinese. It's very French-infused. It's very easy for a Vietnamese person to learn French. They were colonized for however many years, and it seems like Vietnam's doing pretty okay compared to other Southeast Asian countries. So apparently colonization isn't the thing that sets your nation back in perpetuity, but they keep on blaming everything. Oh, we were colonized one time, so now we don't have. Now we get sent to the soft bigotry of low expectations.
Okay. Okay. So we've got some paperwork that needs to be served on.
Ethiopia did get conquered by Italy, but that was short-lived. I don't see any. Is there any Italian civilization left behind it? That would push them back. Yeah. The Irish were also slaves. Some people they were treated worse than African Americans, and the Irish aren't crying for reparations. I think it's just because people have been programmed to listen to the cries of oppression, and now, like, unless you're willing to cater into somebody crying of oppression, you are a bad person, and that's why people get away with it for so long. Because it's like, oh, I've been oppressed. It's like, you don't want to be a bad guy ignoring my oppression. And there's even books that tell white people, don't speak, listen. And I even had a coworker that was very much into wokeness. Like, I remember at workplace, she was reading white fragility almost as like an advertisement, like, oh, see guys, I'm very woke, I'm reading white fragility so I can learn about my fragility. It's like, no, she bought into every single narrative. I wouldn't be surprised if a large portion of her income went to BLM during the summer of love.
Whose name's on the list?
My cap was made in Vietnam, is it? Indonesia, Vietnam, maybe.
Listen, we're gonna bring the paperwork here in a minute. And we bring the paperwork.
My hat was made in Vietnam. Wow, you are in my head right now.
You got that paperwork, this traffic here on Island.
Sometimes Mexico. I just know I think it's Vietnamese fitted hats are nicer than the Indonesian fitted hats. The sizing's a little bit different, but the Indonesian fitted hats have a very big face. Like, this is a hat I got back when Otani was on the Angels. It's like the bill of it, the front face was super high. No LA gear on, you're amazed. I mean, I got my Dodger stuff. Yeah, we got Squirtle with the Dodger hat over there.
Let's see what my pets are made.
Sounds like at this point y'all just got to
Your dad left a kid in Vietnam. Take that information to the grave, dude. What are you doing here? Like 1,000 people over the different chats. Now everybody's seen it.
So, do you have stuff over there now?
But yeah, so I just wanted to cover this thing over here in the UK.
When you want to go get it, you need to
some people
once we get this order, you can't go over there or you'll be charged, okay? So you got to call us just to go
lock down our borders, we're going to solve the housing crisis. Is that going to solve
the thing is, the more people we have in the country, the more. Do you not think an extra 10 million people is going to have an effect on housing?
Do you think that if we lock down our borders, we're going to solve the housing crisis? Is that going to solve?
The thing is, the more people you have in the country, the more houses you're going to need. I know it might sound.
He's really good at explaining things like this, isn't he?
Everybody in the audience,
I know it might sound.
He's really good at explaining.
They're so in agreement. They're so mad at the idea that logic might say, simple supply and demand says, an extra million people, at the very least, probably need an extra $250,000 homes. If you're not building an extra $250,000 homes whenever million illegals come into your country, you're going to have a housing crisis. But the indignant look on her face, oh, can you believe this guy made, like, the idea that you don't have to have logic, you can just have emotions, and you can give a confused face. It means you can't reason with these people.
Using immigration on the issue of housing, I think is absolutely.
You're saying it has no impact on housing?
China's called racist.
I think Ali wants to comment. Do you want to just ask that question, Rob? Do you think it has
Does immigration have an effect on housing?
Wow, look how angry they are about. I don't want to be mean. You're not making fun of people's appearance, but I'm guessing, just based on your bangs, that you're a leftist.
Okay, I'm good. Whoever lives in this country has an impact on housing.
Yes.
Alright. The numbers of people in a country. Not necessarily to do with immigration.
And the thing is, I think Temple, you don't want to compare people to insects. But I think he had the greatest argument against this where they say, okay, immigrants commit crimes. But so do Americans. So why would you say no immigrants when we already have a crime problem? But Temple was talking about how that's like saying, just because we got a couple mosquitoes in the house doesn't mean we leave the front door open. If we have mosquitoes in the house, let us tackle the crime we have inside the house without allowing unlimited more to come in. Because we're never going to get under control if we leave the door open. The same thing with like homelessness. If you got some homeless living in the house, let's take care of it. Don't let unlimited more homeless people walk through. I think it was funny that somebody actually clipped out her face and how insane she looked like. I can't believe you're giving me logic. Let me look at everybody else very confused and see if I can get everybody else on the same side as me.
The idea of blaming our housing crisis on immigration is absolutely wild to me, actually. Robert, do you think that if
got an extra 10, 20 million people come in the country,
do you think that if we
it's like, wait, I'm having to think right now. She's saying, do you think? Meanwhile, ironically, not thinking.
An extra 10 million people is going to have an effect on housing.
Do you think that if we lock down our borders, we're going to solve the housing crisis?
Well,
is that going to solve
the thing is, the more people you have in a country, the more houses you're going to need. I know it might sound...
He's really good at explaining things like this.
Her face right there. And the thing is, I think I just posted it recently. Let me try to find it.
You guys will probably be friends in about 12 hours.
And I would love to still be her friend.
You probably will in like 12 hours. Let's go over there to the front of my
I love you and I care about you. Please go home and get to rest. For me to stop talking. Okay, can I get my
I saw somebody posting, goddammit.
Okay, now let's stop talking to me.
Where were you guys coming from? A party or something?
We just left our home friend's house. We go karaoke, have a good night.
Okay.
Oh, here it is. Millennials, it's amazing how much leftist discourse is just them pretending not to understand things, thus making discourse impossible. And that's exactly what we saw with that girl, where it's like, I'm pretending not understand supply and demand, the housing crisis. I'm pretending that I don't understand that if we have millions more individuals inside the country, we're going to need millions more housing. That look of, I can't believe he's suggesting this racist thing, looking at the audience, everybody clapped like seals because this guy's racist and we're calling him out. It's like, no, you're just pretending to be that regarded. Nobody's disregarded. I refuse to believe you're that regarded. But if you can just pretend to not understand basic discourse for long enough, other people will also be that ignorant, and then it's impossible to ever get you to see the right way, or even have a regular discussion about things because you're feigning such ignorance. Gaslighting, exactly. Or no, we don't think we know. Exactly, because my emotions outrank your feelings, so I'm always going to be able to have the upper hand on you because I'm more emotional about this thing than you are logical about this thing, so of course I'm going to win the argument. Of course the audience is going to be on my side. So let's read some super chats right now. Amazing Disgrace says, here's a little ad revenue for you. Appreciate that. Lawless Namekian saying, for the house fund. Appreciate it, but don't ever send me cash to buy anything or whatever. As you can tell, not the most responsible with money. Like, look at all this stuff here we got going on. Also, I said maybe buying a home, that's why we're going to run a whole bunch of ads. If all of a sudden every single video has, today's video is brought to you by blah 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 blah, know the background's about to change in the near future, and I'll need cash. Amazing Disgrace says, people are harder on YouTubes about their facts than they are about network news. Very true, but also I think it's because there's back and forth between a YouTuber and the news. There's no comment section or whatever, so I understand that. Thank you for the super chat, Stumble Boots. And also Slugs Nails saying, bless LA Sag. Appreciate that.
This is the one they went into?
Clifford Johnson saying, just turned 31 yesterday, sharing the love. I'm gonna cover this on this channel. It happened when you were out bowling. Great work, brother. I have nightmares of that scenario. Stay stay. Okay, appreciate that, thank you.
I was driving irate.
Harris says, the Democrats funded the KKK and wanted slavery. Sounds outlandish, but I believe it's true. Amazing Disgrace says, go after their snacks, they hate that. Amazing Disgrace says, detained migrants can leave anytime they want. They will be deported, but staying is their choice. Exactly, they think that they don't have to follow the law. Amazing Disgrace again says, they could be geo-afraid. Was a comment in the chat that got censored. Is it not comparable to what the left says? I don't know what that is, but what do you call it? No allusion to violence. It's like, okay, if the left says something, doesn't mean we say the same thing too. Lawless Namekian says, you got fat and lost 30 pounds, 20 more to go. Congratulations.
Amazing Disgrace says, are people aware that Karen Bass was part of a group that launched a terror attack against the Capitol in the 70s? I was not aware of that, but I mean, I wouldn't be surprised with a lot of insane leftists. That's actually a positive thing she's done. Mike Didi, the moderator, says, by the way, I caught word that a British American, Steve Hilton, took the Republican Party lead for California. Is it true? It is very true, but I wouldn't be surprised if they give Hilton the same treatment they gave Pratt. Albatross says, as a Californian, Californian sucks. Mike Didi says, Sweet Liberty, Spencer Pratt is a threat to managed democracy. Yeah, he's not their choice. Amazing Disgrace says, late ballots always benefit Democrats. Are you serious? Obvious corruption. Exactly. 56 Ace says, he's a young athlete. We can get years of equity out of him. I mean, I just want justice. Sir Huggington says, keep up the great work. Good show. Appreciate that. Thank you. And then also, I think we had something over on Twitch. I just want to make sure. I didn't see any, don't give me a Prime sub. Don't give me any, like, don't send any money. I'm just making sure. Let's see. Analytics are stream alerts.
Most likely he's distributing and selling them locally. So he'll be charged appropriately as well as additional charges for the firearms.
Well, thank you, Origin Unknown, for the Prime sub. Stumble Boots for the bits cheering. Super SJ for being here, and also AO we signed for rating over with 3 viewers. Appreciate that, man. Thank every viewer counts, right? Oh, I guess saw something start. Okay.
Go after this guy who's us. Take it in and pivot it to the right a little bit, so we have a little more here.
Yeah, primes don't cost you. Happy to give. Appreciate that. Yeah, I just know sometimes it's kind of a pain to get your Amazon Prime account, attach it to Twitch.tv, find me on Twitch and give it over there. I'm just saying, like, I want to acknowledge everybody that does that.
You got a cherry window, so I'm thinking if we're gonna gas, we're gonna take this front window right here with Pepperball, and then that window over there. Okay. Can one of you guys?
Well, thanks to the Prime sub, Salad Bandit.
Oven just beeped.
Oh, thank you.
Oh, thanks for Epic.
I forgot why I was like, why did you?
Any recent announced games that caught your eye? Not really. Honestly, I started playing, my buddies wanted to get me into Helldivers 2. I might check that out. I just started to boot up, Fortnite again. I honestly, genuinely, like I said, I just got Fortnite so I could play with my nephew. Seemed fun. And then after he wasn't playing with him anymore, I started playing Fortnite with my buddies. And Fortnite's actually fun. Get away from the building stuff. And I even bought myself like a Shohei Ohtani skin. I was about it. I liked it. Yeah, you miss first-person shooter games when they actually focus on gunplay, not the cosmetics. I just want Modern Warfare 2 to come back. If you can give me Modern Warfare 2 gameplay just the way it was, noob tubes and Commando Pro and all, I would live stream that every day. I would be on Modern Warfare 2 like an addict. Yeah, you say zero build is fun to play with your son, exactly, because when you're playing build, the regular one, too many people are too good at building stuff too fast, and it's just the learning curve is too high.
A lot of people said the election was stolen from Trump, and my argument...
That's how you feel about Black Ops 1 and 2. I think I played both of them, and I just wasn't as good at it. I think, Modern Warfare 2, it's just 2 rounds, and Black Ops takes like 3 to 5, and I just wasn't about, like, I like the twitchy type of shooter. New Quake? Never played Quake.
So, let me clarify. Several states changed the structure of their elections outside the confines of the Constitution. The judges and governors did not have authority to make these changes. My point.
Played a bit of Resident Evil, the newer one. I liked it, I just haven't sat down to play it. Thanks for the Prime sub, Sir Huggingtons, and I guess we've been on for long enough. We will live stream again sometime during the week on just all the other platforms. Most of you guys are watching over on YouTube. It won't be on YouTube. It'll be on everything else. We'll probably watch some more body cam footage and stuff, so follow me on Twitch, Rumble, Kick, whatever you want to watch me on, even X. But check me out over there, and then we'll hang out sometime later in the week. Likely like a Thursday or Friday, but I'll see you guys then.
While many people were making claims about German spy several prominent deep state organizations engaged in a campaign to defame and lie about me, and it is shocking and insane to hear that. But Mike Benz has all the details, came on the show, and broke all of it down, showing the various organizations. What they said was that Tim Pool is engaging in malinformation. What is that? Well, it's not disinformation, where you intentionally lie, or misinformation, where you may be wrong. Malinformation is information that is correct, but bad. So when Tim Pool says they are using legal ballot harvesting techniques in their state in order to secure this election, and it was true, and it offered up an opportunity for Republicans to counter in the midterms or moving forward, they got real mad at me. And that's what they've been doing in California. But wait, there's more. We got this post from Nick Shirley. It's not just ballot harvesting, and Nick Shirley, once again, on the ground, breaking the big news. I'd like to introduce you to a good friend of Nick Shirley's, a 126-year-old woman who votes.
So how old is this person who's eligible to vote here inside the United States, inside the state of California?
126 based on the Secretary of State.
And this is Doris.
Yeah.
Now we're going to see if Doris is home. Are you Doris?
She's right here. Yes.
Hello, Doris.
Yes.
How are you doing?
I'm good.
We're just going through the voting rolls here, and we're just confirming anybody who's above the age of 100 years old. And right here it says you're 126 years old.
No, you got the wrong house.
Are you Doris?
Yeah, but you got the wrong house. I'm Doris, but you got the wrong place. That's the wrong information, all that stuff. No, that's wrong.
Oh, here, I can show you if you like.
No, it's just that it's wrong.
How come you think here in California they're just messing up on all these voting rolls here?
I don't know, because I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, it says you voted in 51 elections, Doris.
No, not me.
Really?
I'm not no 100-something years old.
I know.
I said I want.
I just want to make sure you're not 126 years old.
No, I'm not.
Yeah, it really does say you're 126 years old here.
No. Who did this? We be 126. That don't even make sense.
I know. That's what the Secretary of State says.
Well, the Secretary of State is wrong.
Okay, well.
Put it like this: I was born in 1940. So you figure that out.
All right, Doris. You have a good evening.
Did you notice the most important part of this video? Guys, I'm going to throw a little debunking here. Doris is not 126. Her date of birth is 1/1/1900, likely indicating they did not enter her date of birth. So it defaulted to a flat 1100. That being said, this indicates first, and very likely, and I'm building suspense intentionally, that the voter rolls are incorrect and we're not properly identifying people. But hey, Doris was right there. Clearly there is a Doris at that address. And then he said she's been in 51 elections, and she said no. That was the key point of the video. The question I have here is not about the age, which could be chalked up to bad record keeping, but why when he said, it says you've been in 51 elections, he goes, oh, not me. She denied that she was in those elections. This, in and of itself, I could chalk up to error. And this one maybe, except for the fact that James O'Keefe and many others tracked down in Jersey and in New York individuals who had donated to Act Blue some 1,000 to 10,000 times. And they go to them and say, it says here you donate $25 a day, like 17 times per day for 2 years straight. And they're like, no. What we're finding is, I'll tell you what my theory is, my hypothesis. Doris gets a universal mail-in vote, but she does not care. Someone shows up, opens her mailbox, takes the vote out, and walks away with it, fills it out on her behalf, knowing she does not normally vote. Remember in 2020 how many people said they went to go vote and were told they already voted? Indeed. I believe that's what Nick Shirley's exposing.
Well, just look at California. We know how many people have been fleeing the state of California, right? So everyone who leaves, theoretically, is no longer eligible to vote. But if you don't remove them from the voting rolls, every one of those people now is a ballot you control, right? They're still on the records as eligible to vote. You know they're not going to vote because they're living in Tennessee now, so you control that ballot. And over a period of time, the number of ballots you control goes from the thousands to the tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, millions of people.
Here's an interesting post, too, the team just sent me. Shout out to Josh. Stephen Puet says, Nithya Raman isn't even winning her own council district. The voters know her, the voters who know her best are passing. That's the crazy thing. She's in District 4. And apparently, what is it, CD4, she's not even winning her own district. That's crazy.
You think she would have the best rate?
That's crazy. Wow. Bass is in first, followed by Pratt.
Makes me wonder.
Third in her own district. Yeah.
Makes me wonder who Joe Rogan voted for in this election.
It speaks to the apathy of the average everyday person, where they either just don't want to know that stuff like this is going on, as long as this stuff has happened, especially in the state of California, that they would have worked to try to make it look at least a little bit fair, you know, for the sake of like, keeping the public from revolting. But so many of the people are so apathetic, and when you get that description that Tim gave of like what it actually means, ballot harvesting and all the other stuff, it's so much less, you know, cut and dry than a person who's watched a bunch of movies and shows like cheating. So they just kind of
Making burgers.
It's bound to get you someday.
It is 8:29 here.
Exterior remodels, inner monologues. Brought to you by Power.
The house looks good. Like, really good.
Alexa, play music from 1959.
Playing music from 1959 on Amazon Music.
My love must be a kind of blind love.
This one's gonna copyright us. Alexa, play music from 1946.
Playing music from 1946 on Amazon Music.
Yeah. Oh, cool. Oh, that's awesome. Are you gonna do those tonight? We have to shoot those off in the dark, huh? That's awesome.
You got a zoodle. Oh, son of a gun.
If you ever plan to move west, travel my way, take the highway, that's the best. Get your kicks on Route 66. It winds from Chicago to LA, more than 2,000 miles all the way. Get your kicks on Route 66. Now you go through St. Louis, Joplin, Missouri, and Oklahoma City looks mighty pretty. You'll see Amarillo, Gallup, New Mexico, Flagstaff, Arizona. Don't forget Winona, Kingman, Moscow, San Bernardino. Won't you get hip to this town they tip when you make that California trip? Get your kicks on Route 66.
Skibbity-bee-bop.
Won't you get hip to
Cast their votes. That grace period for mail ballots, which the RNC has argued is unconstitutional, is one of the reasons that LA residents still don't know, nearly a week after, whether candidate Spencer Pratt or Nithya Raman will advance to a runoff contest. Well, we do know now. This was posted today at 5:47. It was already called for Nithya Raman, I believe, yesterday. So, there is still an argument Pratt is making that he could collect enough votes, but decision is already called.
Is there a fundamental difference between a mail ballot and a absentee ballot?
I would because I don't know functionally no.
But I'm thinking how they're
I don't
When I wanted to vote absentee, I had to go to the county clerk's office. I had to personally request it. I had to show ID. I had to fill it out. I had to sign it. That's far too inefficient to do it Skype.
mail.
Right. My point is, mail-in votes and absentee votes are both lumped together as mail-in votes counted. Absentee was the original system by which, if you were in the military or otherwise not in your home state, you could request an absentee ballot which required a bunch of verification.
Oh yeah.
Universal mail-in votes are just mailed to you whether you want them or not.
They should not do that. They should be mailed.
Indeed. Now the big question here is whether or not SCOTUS will rule, if they do rule against extended vote counting, whether it's going to be broad or narrow. Because if SCOTUS just says, from now on, once at midnight, election day, whatever it is, no more votes can be counted. All Democrats would have to do is say, okay, the mail-in votes have to be turned in a week in advance.
Yeah,
Mhm.
kind of, I heard something where Leo was talking during the argument. He was saying, look, we have all these days, you know, whether it be birthday or what have you, and he's like, and he's like,
birthday, wedding day, Christmas day, they're all days.
yeah.
One day.
And then he was like, and we have election day.
Right.
So I don't know why we have to have all this extended period.
And so the question is the broad ruling. A broad ruling could be something like, you may not have a mechanism by which an individual's vote could end up being disqualified because of your mail-in voting system. So let me straighten this out. If the Supreme Court just says, hey, I don't care how you run your elections, but once election day is over, you can't count anymore. All California has to do is just say, all mail-in votes and early votes have to be turned in 1 week prior to the election so you can count them in advance. Then they'll count the votes now. This will make it harder to find votes after the fact. They will still probably have the votes. But the Supreme Court could theoretically say these mail-in voting systems have created a mechanism by which unknowing innocent citizens Donald Trump, facto predates a voting system which requires longer than a day. The argument is this. The RNC argues that federal law in Congress prescribes a single day for voting. The Supreme Court has said, under the law, a single day for voting, you cannot have early, and you can't have universal early and universal mail-in voting. The exemptions for absentee exist only in very specific cases. If that happens, Republicans sweep the midterms and
Oh my goodness gracious, huh?
Yeah, I mean, I would love to see any
Yeah.
I think that there's some vote counting that happens before the election day in Florida, but election day should be the end of it, you know, like.
And the Democrats are a 20% political party for doing honest elections, and they know this. They know honest elections are an existential threat, and they've been working for decades to develop a whole host of vulnerabilities. The mail-in, universal mail-in ballots, controlling who gets a ballot, so it's not like it's just legitimate American registered voters who are having their ballots harvested. It's dead people, it's people who've moved out of state, it's illegals who don't have the privilege to vote, but were the voter registered so they can get driver's license in the state. These are all vulnerabilities that need to be closed off, and everyone that's closed off is like a rope around the neck of the Democrat Party, and they know it, and that's why they fight it so desperately.
It's weird. It's like a mirage that they have to convince the average everyday person of like the cultural influence of Democrat policies or liberal ideology, which is like for decades, whether it's through this, but also like in voter representation, things like Hollywood and places like that, where only a certain type of idea is kind of put forth to the public. It makes the public believe that perhaps that idea is more popular than it actually is, and in lieu of actually having access, no way of proving that it's not. People just kind of accept it as true.
Yeah, it's an artificial habit. The same way we have in the U.S. Census, right, for apportionment of seats in Congress. Why should that be? They don't have no role in deciding who's in power over American citizens, but they do simply by being present in the country, because we count them as persons within the nation for apportionment.
Yeah, that I can't imagine why that's acceptable. You know, the fact that you've got basically a skewed Congress because of illegals.
Maybe 40 seats.
Yeah, God, that'd be crazy if that was that much. But I just don't know what the average American can do when you've got so many people that are so adamant about what we need to pass the SAVE Act. It's just not true. I don't think that there's been enough people that have lost, people that are primary on the Republican side that have lost their seats or anything. And it's certainly not gonna. I don't think it's gonna happen before the election this fall.
Well, there's not much you can do about the Senate very quickly, right? Because they're in office for 6 years. Only a third of them are up for re-election every 2 years, so that takes time. I think the primaries we saw this last round. What was Trump? 110 out of 110 of the people he endorsed. The only answer, the only path for survival of America as a first world republic is MAGA. Is the MAGA created by Donald Trump? It's certainly not the Democrats. They want a third world. It's not the Republicans, the classic traditional Republicans. They're just Democrat-like. They're loser Democrats. They're happy to be in the Royal House as long as they get the state back. The only ones who are fighting on principle for America to remain a first world republic is the MAGA party. Either they win ultimately, or America's over as anything our founders were.
Yeah, I think. You know, my view of the country right now, I think I was talking about this last week, that Donald Trump represents the last of the United States, and everything outside of Trump is an external force acting upon the United States. So we've described it for years as a multicultural democracy. This is actually Dr. Stephen Marsh, the author journalist. He's actually a multicultural democracy guy. But he made the argument, and we did an interview on the Cultural Podcast about the state of civil war. He believes there is civil war. He made the argument that the United States consists of two separate nations within the borders of one country. That is a multicultural democracy and a constitutional republic, completely disagreeing with what is right, what is just, and how the world and how the country should operate. My argument is that the constitutional republic represents this country's founding, its maintenance, its expansion, when we say the United States, we're referring to the Constitutional Republic. But this Constitutional Republic has a malignancy. It has a growth, largely from illegal immigrants and mass migration, that do not respect the Founding Fathers, the amendments to the Constitution itself, and what this country is supposed to represent. They represent only the quest for power to steal wealth from people they don't deserve. They don't like this country, and that's why Zoran Mamdani, the best example, said in his campaign he would defy the will of the American voters by force. That's what he said. It's a remarkable thing. I'm paraphrasing. So let me explain to be fair. The second most important issue of the 2024 election was immigration. People were fed up with mass migration. Zoran Mamdani vowed, despite Trump's victory, that he would use his authority as the mayor to stop the federal government from deporting people. He's exclusively telling you, the American voter, he will use the force of the seat of New York City's executive to stop them. I know it's just New York City. It's a bold thing to campaign and win. To not to mention tax equity.
But you were talking about people taking things from by force, and you were railing on affordability. And I do think that for all that is said, the younger generation does not see a path forward in this country in a lot of ways, with wages being what they are. Inflation is, improved quite a bit since
I would argue that communists intentionally burn the system down, then go to the young people and say, isn't it a shame that they burned down your house? This is join the communists. And see, the issue is we're spending billions. Chicago Bears is a perfect example of this. Chicago spends an estimated $1 to $2 billion per year on illegal immigrants. The Bears were requesting a tax break and somewhere around a couple $100 million to build their stadium in Chicago. So, with all due respect to the city, I did leave a long time ago. I'm from there. But it breaks my heart to see the Chicago Bears will no longer be the Chicago Bears. It's iconic. The important thing is this. The Chicago Bears are a national icon. It's not just the city. The fan base that's far and wide. Saturday Night Live famously making fun of the Bears, and people in Chicago became an iconic joke in America. And it's gone. It's gone because the city would rather spend 4 times the money needed for the stadium on illegal immigrants. That's multicultural democracy at play.
But the problem is it's not the communists that are being held responsible for things are in America. They're blaming capitalists. They're blaming big business. They're blaming Amazon. They're blaming.
Of course, that's what communists do. Communists will make problems, then rush to you and blame someone else for the problem so that they can make more problems.
They also fundamentally don't have an understanding of how business works and everything like that.
Well, I'd stop you there. I'd say that the communist leaders do.
No, I'm talking about the people that are going along with this. They don't have a functional understanding of the way these things work. But it's also like, look, when you're hurting and when you don't see a path forward, you're looking for the easiest answer possible. Now, look, I don't know how you fix something like this. I don't think that there's an educational infrastructure that would be willing to get this type of stuff out.
There's a good example in the, I brought this up several times now, the Dave Rubin debate with Jubilee, where one of the debates was talking about Parker did a job. And Parker asked Dave, by what metric has Trump improved the country, like inflation, unemployment? Dave did not give an answer, or he responded with the big beautiful bill just got passed, so we've not yet seen anything. So Parker asks him again, by what metric? This is, Parker's a grifter. That's why he debates people with no experience. And he's also a shopper. And I mean it in a literal sense. I'm not trying to be intentionally overly derisive or I don't know how old he is, he's early 20s. He has very little experience, and he doesn't understand what a country is, what a nation is. The nation is its people and its borders, a country is its borders. That's the definition, right? Anyway, my point is this. It's culture. Well, your culture, indeed. But I don't mean by its people. I mean like, you have a sense of identity, you share certain histories and traditions and more frameworks. The important point is this. If you were to look at my bank and say, I judge whether you are responsible by the metric of percentage growth in your bank account, you one day, you say, time to review. Hey, you've time to review your bank account. Oh, whoa, we're down 5%. Are you kidding? News report, Tim's a bad manager, his bank account's down 5%. And then I say, I spent that money getting getting an important surgery on my leg so I could keep working. I had to spend the money, otherwise I wouldn't work at all. These young people either intentionally are lying, the communists, or they fundamentally don't understand. The metrics don't prove that their country is improving their business. So the tariffs are the best example. Donald Trump implements tariffs. This cost us money. It looked bad, right? If you are a surface level and non-player character in politics, or you're a manipulative Democrat commie, you will trick people and say, for no reason, Trump hurt you. And they'll go, wow, Trump's so dumb, why did you do that? If you're honest in assessing the situation, you would say, I understand Trump's arguments, I agree or disagree with the fact. And that's fine if you disagree. I agree with tariffs. Why? He's trying to create a leverage point for American businesses to bring back manufacturing and be able to hire workers. It is difficult for an American manufacturer to compete with Chinese cheap labor, Canadian or Mexican labor. So Trump implemented tariffs, which did straighten the economy in some ways, but it's an expense towards a better future. These people either don't understand this or don't want to understand it. Now, by all means, if your argument is, I understand that's why Trump was doing it, but I don't think it'll work, or I think it's bad, I respect that. I'm just saying that people are arguing, oh no, inflation's up, Trump screwed everything up. Well, you're not making an actual argument.
A lot of the arguments are talking about right now that we've been with Iran and Israel and the price of gas going up for a lot of people, because that's the first thing they notice is because it hits into their wallet right away.
And the unfortunate reality there is that you've got, look, I'm going to say it like this. I sympathize. I understand the Democrats. People, there's just too many Democrats. It's just true. And you know what's funny is the liberals will hear me say that they're quote, say, 2 cool thinks all of you are stupid. No. Most of you watching at home right now are like, that seems like a lot of dumb people. I'm not saying everyone's stupid. I'm saying, like what George Carlin said. Think about how stupid the average person is, now realize half of them are stupider than that. The problem is, complicated problems have complicated explanations that some people just can't understand. It's not a justification of what Trump is doing wrong. My point is, it's extremely difficult to understand the big picture, but the presumption that Trump is making mistakes simply because he's stupid and doesn't know what he's doing or have a plan, it's ridiculous. Certainly Trump could be making a mistake because his plan was bad, but they have a plan for what they're doing. Hopefully it works out. I have my disagreements, but man, are the ignorant so arrogant.
Just about everything that's wrong in America today has one single driver, and it's not complicated. It's third world migrants in America, legal and illegal. We have 90 million illegal migrants in America. We have 90 million legal migrants. If you count visas, green cards, naturalized citizens who are only paperwork naturalized, their allegiance is still to their home nation, every one of those people, hundreds of millions of them, increase the cost of living for Americans. They compete with Americans for every scarce resource. Housing, healthcare, education, employment, infrastructure, everything. What do you think would happen to any nation if they brought in 20%? They all need housing.
Yeah, you say 36, 37%. 180 million. 180 million. Oh, okay, so I'm sorry, 50%. That means our country.
They're not all counted in terms of our population figures. So you have.
So when we say 330, 340 million total, you're saying there's actually about 400 million.
Yeah, that's right.
LinkedIn is pretty amazing at helping you grow your small business. We cannot make your email response time faster. We can help you sell, market, and hire in one place. We cannot help you find space for your 3 desk drinks for free. And while we can't help you find the perfect volume for your presentation video, LinkedIn can help you find the perfect audience
Principally, the argument
for your business.
was about
Grow your small business on LinkedIn. Learn more at linkedin.com/smallbusiness.
But this one liberal activist said, in her list of demands, free public transport should be free for all people. Okay. Here's my favorite. Smaller class sizes. Class sizes are too big. Teachers can't get one-on-one with students, and this is causing the problem. Also, amnesty, and also free schooling. And I just simply said, if we grant amnesty and then free schooling, class sizes will become massive. She was like, but we have to make them smaller, so we'll have to build more schools. And I'm like, okay. So, how much will making public transport be free cost the taxpayer? Where's the money coming from? The fascinating thing is people need to understand this stuff. There's a viral video. There's a handful of them. Just watch Cable Hammer stuff. There's a lot of finance videos that are popping off. One is Kevin O'Leary talking about $5 million in T-bills, treasury bills. get 5% per year. You go to your broker, you say, I want treasury bonds or treasury bills, get a 30-year bond. Andrew Tate was talking about it, was a bit more ridiculous. Put $5 million down, and you will get paid $250,000 a year for 30 years. So, you know, with inflation it'll weaken, but hey, after 30 years you get your money back. Now, the thing about that is the U.S. government is paying interest. You're basically loaning your $5 million to the government, and they say, it's like a mortgage almost, like you, like the government's a mortgage to you. So you loan your $5 million to the government, and they have to pay you back every 6 months, and then you get the principal back. It's actually better than a loan. Okay, at a certain point, we're going bust. The government, what is the debt? Is the third biggest spending line item. The U.S. government is borrowing too much money from the American people and from other countries, and eventually it will not be able to pay that debt back. And then American dollars will be worth nothing. It'll be apocalyptic. These communists, you know, I just feel like there's too many activists who don't know how the system works, exploited by powerful individuals and smart individuals who thought this is fun.
I'll give you an example of the way it is just based on what I do over at PCC. There's a lady who was the art director for Obsession. Obsession is one of the biggest movies in America right now. It's been a cultural phenomenon. It actually increased week 1 to week 2 and then week 2 to week 3. We only had like 4 or 5% drop off in the 4th week. And for a movie that was made on a $750,000 budget, some say $1 million, it was later sold to a company at a film festival for $15 million. Well, this lady, who's the art director of this movie, she agreed to about $300 a day. She made about $6,700 after taxes for a month's worth of work. Now she's saying, why can't I get more? Because this movie made all this money. She's asking this after the fact, even though the people she made the movie with are no longer in possession of it. They've already sold this movie off. So instead of leveraging her being the art director and getting this movie in the summer, she is now complaining about it online because even though she took no risk in this movie, the writers, the directors, the people who were in the production from when the movie was written to when it came out, they took all the financial risk. And now she'll never work again. She'll ever want to hire somebody for
maybe, but the communists will just take over the industry and strip the money and then burn it down.
Well,
Can I just say what?
there is a subclass of like new writers and directors that do take that approach there. Like Jim Dea, like organizing a back-end deal for all the workers on a movie she made, with the understanding that if they could get a big, payday by selling in a film festival, they would all get points on the back end. But they also got their daily salaries. But she is the exception, not the rule, because she funded the movie herself. She didn't have to pay for investment.
One of the big problems with communists is they're like, well, you know, we should take the portion of the profits and split them among the workers. And it's just like, when you actually do the math for these companies that have like 100,000 employees, it's like, you know, I don't necessarily disagree outright, but they're like, the CEO got paid $25 million, and the lowest paid workers they get $20 an hour. That's not fair. We should take 15 million of the hours you made and disperse it among the employees for a bonus. And you're like, that would be $10. Like, not really going to move the needle for the average working person. It's a challenge, I get it.
So, at the same as a guy who's worked in warehouses, worked as a diesel mechanic, I've done those jobs. I'm not investing in a company that's distributing its profits to the guy in the warehouse. I'm not doing that. Those profits are coming back to the shareholders, or they're being reinvested in the company.
My point was more just that lady's opinion is not there anymore. Like, the idea that you should get all the rewards and take none of the risk is one of the defining traits of the next generation.
And you hear that when people are like, oh, if a company makes a lot of money, you should go to the people that work there because they were the ones that produced the value. And it's like, well, are they going to lose out if the value of the stock goes down? Are they going to lose out if the company goes bankrupt? They're not going to
pay it back. This lady has to pay it back if the movie doesn't.
Hey Mom, now that I have an after-school job, I think I want to buy a drum kit.
Okay, Rockstar, let's look at your account. When kids start making money, Chase has easy-to-use tools and expert bankers to help them learn how to manage it.
And next month, I'll buy the bass drum and the cymbals. Oh, and maybe some noise-canceling headphones for you.
Thought of everything. Help kids save, budget, and build financial independence, all with Chase. That's good for kids and good for parents. Visit your local Chase branch and get started.
Account subject to approval. JP Morgan Chase Bank, NA member FDIC.
There's I'll give you the quick gist of it, and then we'll throw it to Andrew, who's much more well-versed in this, but sounds like Carmelo went there, provoked a fight, before a threat emerged, grabbed his knife, then threatened them again, and Austin Metcalf, who was murdered, literally says, "I'm not going to fight you," and then when he approaches him to either shove or put his hand on him for some reason, before he even could, Carmelo stabs him in the heart, killing him. So the defense literally has nothing, and I saw one I think it might have been Brianna saying, I still don't know what the defense's claims even were. But Andrew, you're the self-defense guy. What happened?
Yeah, we talked about this before the show. Like, on a scale of 1 to 10, how screwed is Carmelo Anthony? It's 100. I mean, he has nothing. There is not a sliver, not a scintilla of evidence in this case that supports his claim of self-defense. To the point where, today, we broke for lunch. There was a 2.5-hour delay before court came back, and the defense finally rested. I suspect in that 2.5-hour delay, the prosecution was arguing to the judge outside the hearing of the jury and the public that there's so little evidence in support of self-defense. The jury should not be given a self-defense jury instruction at all on the legal grounds.
Well, really? Wait.
You have to qualify.
Right. And then that's what well, some have argued that it may have been them desperately trying to get clean, saying, okay, we're cooked, just give us something.
That's not a 2.5-hour discussion. The prosecutor just says no.
Yeah.
We have a conviction locked in.
The witness testimony has been shockingly one-sided, as well. Even the defenses. Like, one of the defense's own witnesses on cross said Carmelo was wrong. Like, who was in the right side? Well, he was in the wrong.
Yeah.
So there's a few quotes. It's nuts to read this up. One witness said that Carmelo provoked the fight. So the quick gist of the story is that they were having a track meet. Rain was stopping. Once the rain started up again, everybody went to their tents. Carmelo decided to go to the wrong tent. One of the witnesses there dabbed him, and he caused a fist bump as he came and sat down. When a bunch of the other team members told him he can't sit under their tent, he needs to go back, Carmelo refused and then became defiant, saying, "Touch me and see what happens." He was asked around 15 times to leave, reached into his bag, unfolding his knife and holding it before there was any threat of force or violence. He says, "Touch me and find out." Austin Metcalf, who was murdered, says, "I'm not going to fight you at a track meet." Many of the students, this is where it gets crazy, according to some of the testimony, warned everyone to stay away from Carmelo because they thought he was grabbing a weapon intending to cause harm to people. So Austin got up, went to either, the presumption is shoved, but one witness said before Austin could even touch him, Carmelo stabbed him in the heart. That sounds like premeditation. Like, based on the testimony that we've seen. This is a kid who went there, told them, touch me, took his knife in his backpack and unfolded and prepared to use it, while people were telling him, "We're not going to fight you, no, dude." And then before any threat or comment was made, he stabs the guy. Sounds like he intended to kill somebody.
Yeah, so sometimes you hear people talk about Trump's complicated strategies, like he's playing 5D chess. Carmelo Anthony's playing 5D ways to lose something. Of course, on a very basic level, one of the requirements of self-defense is proportionality. You cannot use deadly defensive force unless you're facing a deadly force threat. There's zero evidence he was facing a deadly force threat. The people he was talking with had no weapons. There's no disparity of numbers evidence. There's nothing that a reasonable person in his position would say, "Oh my gosh, I'm at imminent risk of death or serious bodily injury," yet he used deadly defensive force. Right there, he loses self-defense completely. But even if he had a claim of self-defense, when he does that provocation with intent, the instant, and the worst we have in evidence is that Austin Metcalf gave him a soft shove. Literally, that's what the witnesses said, on the shoulder. The instant that contact was made, the knife was out and in Austin Metcalf's chest, which means the blade was open, it was already in his hand, and he's goading him, "Go ahead, touch me, touch me." Again, that is provocation. That's provoking the other guy to be the first to make contact, so you have a pretext to kill him and try to claim it as self-defense.
An attempted pretext. Yeah. But one witness said that before Austin could even shove him, he had been stabbed. They described it as they didn't know what had happened. People don't know what stabs look like. If you ever watch any videos of these things, it looks like they're shoving almost, or
it feels like a punch when someone gets stabbed.
The witness said they thought that Carmelo shoved Austin. Austin then fell down and started screaming, "He effing stabbed me."
Most people don't know that you can get a domain from Squarespace. Not just a website. But you're not most people, because now you know you can get a domain from Squarespace. Something like velvetchords.com for your music studio. Or kidchords.com for your middle school band camp. Whatever your dream, Squarespace is how you make it happen, all under one roof. Get yours before it's gone with offer code MAKEITREAL for 10% off your domain.
Does that not qualify as premeditated murder?
Absolutely. So a lot of people think premeditation means you have to have like a list of things, right? Like I got the rope, I got the duct tape. Hey, does this smell like chloroform? You don't need any of that. The premeditation happens in an instant. It just has to be an intentional act. And by the way, the Texas murder statute, you won't find the word premeditation in there. You just have to intentionally committed the killing. And we're all presumed to intend the foreseeable consequences of our actions. If you stab someone in the heart with a knife, you're intending for them to die. That's the foreseeable outcome of that action.
But I think unfolding the knife and keeping it concealed while goading them on indicates...
Certainly, there's no accident, right? There's no mistake. This was clearly, that just adds to the intentionality. It's all baked into the cake. And all these people arguing about things like, well, he wasn't technically trespassing under the tent, or it wasn't against Texas law to have the knife on school property. You don't need any of that. That's all a red herring. All you need to know is that he put a knife into someone's heart with no legal justification. He wasn't facing a deadly force threat. That's enough right there.
I want to play this clip that's gone viral from Savannah Hernandez pertaining to the case, and I think no commentary needed. Listen to this.
If evidence does come out that Carmelo was not in fact fighting for his life when he stabbed and killed Austin Metcalf, do you think that the black community will accept that?
If evidence shows that he did not, no, we're going to stand by ours regardless. They stand by theirs. We're going to stand by ours regardless. I'm a mother first. I'm a black mother. Let me put that on there. I'm an African-American mother. So I have to put away my color first and step into the motherhood. Nobody wants to see their child slain. So I do want to send prayers to Austin Metcalf, their family. But at the end of the day, I got to think like, okay, what did you do to him or whatever to cause this to happen, the reaction? We got to start taking accountability for our kid. Because then again, if my kid, that's why it's a catch-22, if my kid was Carmelo and I feel like his back was against the wall, I'm going to take straight up, better mine than yours. Better mine than yours. So either way it go, everybody loses. A black boy allegedly murdered, and I say allegedly, heavy on the allegedly murdered somebody. You see what I'm saying? So yeah, this is about race. Because if the shoe was on the other foot, they wouldn't give a damn.
Who wouldn't give a damn?
Let me say this. Let's say the community.
So if Carmelo Anthony was the one stabbed and killed by Austin Metcalf,
give a damn.
What do you think would happen?
Would you like her on your jury? If you had her black son, right, and now you're being tried, you'd want her in the jury, right?
Andrew, what would happen if the races were reversed and Austin Metcalf stabbed Carmelo Anthony?
Just look at what they do with people like Kyle Rittenhouse and George Zimmerman, with very clean self-defense narratives. They tried to destroy those people. They persecuted them with the process. The notion that some white guy who did it would get a break is laughable.
I still think Kyle Rittenhouse killed that. If Austin Metcalf approached Carmelo Anthony and stabbed him in the chest, killing him, we would have had a year of riots. We would have had national prayers. You'd have celebrities going on TV crying, saying, "This is what's happening in America." Trump's America. You're correct. In Trump's America. But when it's a football player, a white kid who gets stabbed, these people come out and say, "We are going to stand by ours because they stand by theirs." Now, this is the important thing you brought up earlier, though. How are we supposed to react when we're trying to have a jury of our peers?
And happen.
The argument right now, as you can see in this next portion of the clip from Sav, she mentions that there's no black people on the jury. Someone called it all white. I don't think it's all white.
Well, it's not. In a sense, we don't know, to tell you the truth, because there's 12 jurors and 6 alternates. Yeah. And the 6 are going to be thrown off, but they're randomly selected. So we don't know what we're going to end up with in terms of the 12. Right now, it's a mix of white jurors and at least half a dozen different ethnicities.
If you're going to go on trial for a murder, and the black people are like, if he's black, he's not guilty. Well, then we're not really having a jury trial, are we?
We have to keep in mind our jury system comes from the British, right? When we were still British citizens, subjects, I should say. And it was incorporated into the American legal system when we were a very homogenous culture, right? We had very similar cultural beliefs and religious backgrounds and ethnicities. The jury system does not work in a
The 2026 Chevy Equinox is ready for your daily drives, weekend getaways, and everything in between. Plenty of cargo space, plus a big touchscreen that keeps all your tech right where you need it. It's more than an SUV. It's your Equinox. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Grainger offers professional-grade products, easy ordering, and next-day delivery, making them the go-to play for everyone keeping arenas game day ready. Call, click, or just stop by. Grainger.
Even if the white person is innocent, and even if the black person is guilty. So black jurors, if there's a black man on trial, the studies show they will say not guilty regardless of the evidence. And if it's a white person on trial, there is a tendency towards bias to say guilty even if there is reasonable doubt.
Didn't this happen with the OJ trial? Some of the jurors came out later.
They told us explicitly that they voted not guilty on OJ in the criminal trial, essentially for social justice.
Because of Rodney King?
Right.
Yeah. The other thing that kind of throws water on their argument, which is not, I don't know if it's necessarily a one-to-one comparison because I don't know the makeup of the officers, but I mentioned earlier, I said the killing of Tony Timpa, there was none of the outrage that was felt after he died, despite the fact that it was just as brutal in a lot of ways, if you saw the video from that. And there was no outrage from what you referred to as the community.
Well, there's no money to be made from that setting. That's the difference. There's no political capital to be gained.
Yeah, I mean, I mentioned this, how on Twitter today, how ethnically people will go ahead and basically exonerate people that share their ethnic makeup, and it's a large portion of each ethnic group that'll do it. And a lot of people were outraged. There was a lot of people calling me names, saying racist and blah blah blah. And it's like, look, there's studies on
Someone's being racist.
There's studies done on this. It's not something that I just came up with off the cuff. You see this kind of stuff happen. You can go see Man on the Street, interviews like Sav did there, and people will come out and say it. I said it in response to a guy that was essentially saying that. I quote tweeted him, and it's like, it's still, even to just like address the obvious truth, then people are going to go ahead and say that you're some kind of bigot because you're saying something that is true, and that's something that has cowed a lot of people, and made them afraid to say the emperor.
It's going to be a big problem too. Like in this Minnesota fraud stuff, probably trillions of dollars in fraud in Minnesota, mostly committed by the Somalian migrants in Minnesota. You think any of them are going to get convicted at trial? I mean, all it will take is one Somalian juror, and you'll never have a unanimous guilty.
Yep. I think we were talking about the multicultural democracy and the constitutional republic, and they can't coexist. No. And the problem is the constitutional republicanists are demure. They go on the trial and they say, we're all going to operate in good faith, right? And the foreigners say, no, I hate you and I want your stuff, and you are not part of my tribe.
They're increasingly open about it too.
Yeah, absolutely. With Ilhan Omar explicitly stating that this money back to Somalia. They are extracting from the United States.
You see it in a lot of politicians. They talk about, for example, illegal migrants in their district. They literally use the term constituents. You can always tell who a politician's true constituents are by who they actually serve, who they actually protect.
There was a period where they tried pushing the phrase undocumented citizens. Hassan Piker had been saying it. The semantic operation or semantic game they're playing was fairly obvious. You start by saying that illegal immigrants are undocumented migrants. Then you change migrant to citizens. Now you have undocumented citizens. Then you make the constitutional argument, second-class citizenry is unconstitutional, and so these undocumented citizens should be just held to the same standard. They have passed laws in places like Sacramento. They tried in New York to make it so that non-citizens can vote in local elections or even state elections. And these ultimately got struck down. They are trying to steal as much as they can from America before it burns down. Now they're burning it down.
They're literally trying to steal the country. If they can take over the politicians and they can take the seats of power, then they can do whatever they want.
Yeah, but I disagree with the assertion they're trying to steal the country because they're extracting. Like, Ilhan Omar is not doing anything to the benefit of the United States for herself. If these people were trying to take the seats of power to control America as a singular entity and say, now we control America, I would agree. But they're not. They're gaining power in these local jurisdictions, and then they're stealing from Minnesota and extracting.
They're pirates.
Exactly. They're Somali pirates. So the actions they take will be the end of America. You know, if I stole your car and then just drove it to the ocean, it wasn't me trying to take over the ownership of your car, it was me just driving it to the ocean. Or if I sold it, I guess. And it's not just Minnesota, it's California, it's Washington, it's Ohio, it's everywhere.
They're not trying to steal your house necessarily, they're just stealing everything in the house.
Yep.
And the Minnesotans are like those people when their bike gets stolen. They're like, I hope that guy really needed it more than I did.
Right.
Yep, they're the ones standing there watching the bike get stolen. We're like, well, you know, what is it? He's happier with the bike than I am, so the overall happiness in the country went up.
I had a bike stolen once, and I had to actually get really annoyed because it was my own fault. Because I went into a store and I locked the bike, but I didn't turn the dial on it because it wasn't a key lock. It was like a spin lock, and I didn't turn the numbers. And I was walking in the store, I'm like, I should go back and fix it.
And you did.
Went back out, it was gone. Like literally 4 minutes later. We're not even talking about in a city. We're talking about West St. Paul, which is like on the edge of a suburb.
Yeah. I had an electric 150cc scooter got stolen. Man, the one night it was raining, so I parked it and locked it, and I had a lock to lock it up to rails or whatever. But it was raining really bad on my way back, and I was just like, it'll be fine. It was like 1 in the morning. I'll be up at 6 or 7. Done. Because they knew they were probably waiting for it to be unlocked or something.
What's the benefits of an increasingly low trust society?
Yep.
Increasing third world level society. Because in a high trust society, you live in I've lived in local kinds of neighborhoods, right? We all have this experience. You live in a high trust society, your kid leaves his bicycle in the front yard. You could leave it there all day. You could leave it there overnight. On the weekend, the bike is still there. Low trust society, you turn your back for 1 second, it's gone.
The city I live in now, like I can go run at night after work and it's perfectly fine. There is literally several bikes that I've seen that have been sitting in these like yards for days that have never moved and nobody's touched them.
Yeah. To your point earlier, I related a story. I saw someone to a representative in Maine, and there was an issue was a question of fraud and stuff. And he was at a town hall or whatever, and he came out and said, look, we've elected you, so it's your job to protect us, implying or directly saying, we're going to commit crimes, and it's your job, because we elected you, to protect us from the ramifications of those crimes. And that's the kind of thing that you hear, happens again in third world countries. I was listening to a podcast that had Sullenberger was talking, and he was like, look, if you're in South America, it's normal for someone to give you a job, and you have to give that guy 10% of your pay in perpetuity because he got the job. And he mentioned India. He said, if you are in you live in an apartment in India, you don't call the electric company. You pay the owner of the building, and he goes down and he bribes one of the guys at the electric company to turn on the electricity to either the apartment or to the building and stuff. And that kind of stuff is so foreign to Americans that for the most part, they don't believe that it's real.
Well, they can't understand it. I mean, it's that completely different worldview of being high trust and low trust, right? So in a high trust society, we can have lots of social safety net programs, and we put very low guardrails on them because it would never occur to me to cheat on welfare. It just wouldn't occur to me.
Yeah.
And if you had high guardrails, they're tremendously inefficient, right? So if every day you had to go to a welfare recipient's home and make sure they're not cheating, you couldn't afford the program. You'd be spending all your money doing that. So what we do is we trust people to do the right thing. We have very low guardrails. Well, when you bring in someone from the third world, they look at this situation, vast rivers of billions of dollars with low guardrails. What they see is bags of free money just sitting there. And they're like, well, I'd be crazy not to take it. They don't even think of it as stealing. Are they wrong? It's like if you were walking down the street, there's a bag full of cash, and you're like, crap, I may as well take it, right? If I don't take it, the next person.
So here's the thing. Have you ever seen, I think his name is Darren Brown. Is that his name? Let me make sure I get his name right. He was a mentalist, I guess. Yeah, English mentalist and illusionist. He had a big show, and he did a bunch of amazing tricks, and one of my favorites is he went into, I think it might have been New York, it might have been central London, and he places a full wallet, very clearly poured, on the ground, and and then he takes a yellow sidewalk chalk marker and he circles it. And they have cameras secretly set up, and he walks away. And they time lapse. No one touches it. With the circle around it and the wall in the middle, no one would touch it. Just that perception in the minds of all of these people is like, must be there for a reason.
But yeah,
better stay away from it.
So yeah, the idea is like clearly there's something going on here more than just a wallet sitting on the ground. It's just a very smart way of weirdly trying to protect it.
This is the thing. There's a lot of these. There's a lot of people who do these prank videos. There's one guy. He goes into a casino and he has fake hundreds, and he'll drop it next to a person, and then he'll go down and be like, "Oh, did you?" And then he'll just say like, "Did you?" And then he'll grab it, and she'll go, "That's mine." And there's like a viral video. He's like, "Nah, it's mine." And she's like, "There's a video where this guy does it a bunch. There's a bunch of people do it. She gets into a fight, calls security. Some guy tries calling the police to try fighting him, and then he throws. Eventually, after he milks it for a few minutes, he throws it to him, and it's like, "It's fake. You lied." Like, this is where we're at right now.
And they're still without shame.
Yeah, I don't care. Give me the money. This is where we're at. Man, I still find, well, maybe it's because we're in West Virginia, but for the most part out here, someone finds, like, money lying on the ground, like, at a busy area, someone would be like, "Hey, did we drop this?"
What's the demographic here?
Oh, I think you know.
In the town that I live in, I found an entire wallets full of stuff, like wallets full of credit cards, debit cards, ID, social security card, just the other day, and just picked up and brought it to the cops here. Like, not in a wallet, literally just sitting across the street from a restaurant.
It's pretty crazy. I mean, I didn't grow up with any kind of money. We were broke. I used to just eat, like, we'd have flour, water, and butter if I was lucky. And so I would make biscuits. We did not have money growing up. And if I found a wall or anything, I'd turn it in. I wouldn't take the cash out or anything like that. I'd just be like, I don't know, I'm not going to do it.
That's my rule of thumb for that is, like, in my lifetime, before I was in my mid-20s, I lost my wallet 7 times. It got returned to me every single time. And if there was, like, at one time, I lost it at a skate contest in Detroit, and it came back to me with IOUs for what they spent.
I still remember one of the worst days I ever had. And I'm half joking, but I was riding my bike and my wallet fell out of my pocket. And 10 minutes later, I'm at home and I'm like, oh crap, I jump on my bike, I run right back out, only a couple blocks. Can't find it. Next day, gas station, fill-ups on my debit card, on my credit card. I got to call the bank and say cancel all of that, shut down everything. Totally brutal. People are just scummy. We are no longer we no longer have community. You know?
Well, we're not a culturally homogenous society. You have to be culturally homogenous to be high trust. There's no multi-ethnics, because you have different ethnic groups. They each look out for their own interests. Every other group is the other. You simply don't respect. We live in a world of scarce resources. If you were a culture where you looked at all the other cultures and said, I'll just share all the resources equally with you, you get wiped out, because they're not doing that. So it's morally required. It's required by evolutionary biology that you have greater interest for those closest to you, culturally, genetically, or you cease existing.
What happens internally to a culture when resources become too scarce for the population?
I'm not sure. Generally, they'll go out and take resources from somebody else.
Let's say you have a singular nation without the means to go to war, and that nation undergoes a famine or economic collapse. This is a precursor to revolution and civil war. Cultures will actually tear each other apart because, you know, the way it's been described is, if a zombie apocalypse, what show was it? The zombie apocalypse, and the guy goes to the pharmacy to try and get medicine, and then, like, a cop points a gun at him or something. Like, when...
Before Z?
Was that what it was? It might have been. When all hell breaks loose, I'll put it like this. Like, you have kids? You have kids, right? If the economy collapsed, there was like a zombie outbreak, and your daughter was sick, or you have a daughter?
Sure, great.
There you go. One of your favorite daughter, that's right, was sick, and your next door neighbor had the medicine you needed that would save her life. What would you do to get it?
Yeah, I tell people this all the time, especially the preppers. I'm like, yeah, you should buy all that stuff. you should buy it all now. Because if things go to hell, someone else is probably going to have that stuff unless you're really equipped to protect it. Will, when you had me on in Florida, you had a hypothetical. It's like there's been a post-apocalyptic thing, and your family's in a cave and shelter, and you're out with a rifle looking for food or whatever, and you see another guy over there, right? What do you do? And I immediately said, I shoot him. I was like, right to the point, right? Because I can't take the risk that I'll bet he's of goodwill and won't shoot me. If he shoots me first, my family is done with. So the only thing consistent with the survival of my people is to shoot me first.
Let me give you this one. There is a catastrophe. Roads are shut down, lockdown, stores are not getting resupplied. You can't find medicine. Your daughter needs medicine right now. Maybe it's a simple antibiotic, but she is succumbing to a bacterial infection of some sort. Your next door neighbor, you know for a fact, has this. So you go and knock on his door, and you say, my daughter will die with this medicine. And he responds with, I'm sorry, but I have a family too. They're not sick right now, but in the future, if they do, I need this medicine. I cannot give it to you. What do you do?
I don't think I would ask first.
Just kick the door in and take it.
If I ask and he says no, now he knows I'm interested in it. Now he's going to protect it.
It's a challenge, isn't it? I mean, nobody wants to say that they would cause harm to innocent people because of the risk to their family, but this is the reality of what life is and always has been.
Oh yeah, I'll say that without hesitation.
Men of consequence, reluctant but steadfast, will shoot you in the face and take your water for their son or daughter.
Absolutely.
No question. In an apocalypse. That's the challenge that I think...
Or at least that's the genetic line that survives.
Indeed. And this is the problem with feminism. Men have created a world in the United States, I say world, but created a reality where we've eliminated predators. No wolves, no bears. They barely come around our cities. I remember I was in New York and I saw a hawk once, and everyone was freaking out. Like, how is it in New York City there's a hawk and it flew the wrong way, and it was just looking at everybody. We've eliminated all these dangers, and these...
Have we done?
We have, yes. And feminists then said, there is no danger. Why are we putting these poor men in prison? Release them. And now the danger is coming back.
I think Austin Metcalf had a predator.
My point
our
is,
predators are other people now.
But that always has been. My point is, the degree of violence that we faced 10, 15 years ago was so dramatically low relative to the natural state of the world. So the story goes that a man and a woman find a nice field in which they decide to build a home, and the man builds a large fence around his home so that his wife can tend to the garden without facing threats from the predators. One day, while she's out tending to her garden, she hears a whisper, "Why are you locked in this cage?" And she says, "I'm not locked in a cage. My husband built this to protect me." And the voice says, No, you're trapped inside there. The whole world out here is freedom and you don't have any. Why would you let him lock you in a cage? And she goes, you're right. I am locked in a cage. And he goes, take the hammer and knock the fence down. So she does. And it was the wolf the whole time, just instantly eats her. Now the truth is wolves would never do that because they don't talk and they don't hunt. And, but this is a story that has been going viral. The point being that great men of action have created a very safe society. We no longer fear wolves or bears. For the most part, we don't really. Women go solo traveling around the world now, which is like, there was a funny viral post.
Sometimes they even live.
Sometimes. Well, there was a viral post from Business Insider, and it said, it was like why Pakistan is a must destination for the solo female traveler. And then someone commented saying, was this article written by human trafficking? Yeah. But there are women who do this because even, like, the world itself has become substantially more safe than it ever has been. But this creates a false sense of security, which then in turn creates these communist, feminist ideas of release the prisoners. They're just oppressed. And then we start seeing all the crime and violence come back.
Well, it's a very mommy worldview, right? A very kindergarten teacher worldview. Hey, kids, let's all get along. Oh, Tommy brought an extra candy. Hope you have enough for everyone. We're just going to share all the resources and everyone will be happy. But, of course, reality doesn't work that way.
Yeah. Maybe one day when we have replicators that can just pull matter, can convert the matter of a rock into a cheeseburger or something, maybe then you can have whatever you want.
To your point earlier, though, I'm not a fan of the zombie genre in general. That's why it's always ends up the same trope. The zombies aren't the real threat. Other human beings are always the real threat.
Yeah.
good ones are the ones where
you know, the challenge that we have is I feel like modern feminists are becoming the rat utopia experiment, and we are not in a utopia. So I think that's where you get the conservative, liberal divide from urban to rural. The people who live in rural areas still have to, you know, it's crazy. I saw a black bear outside of Charlestown the other day, and I've never encountered a black. This is a full-grown black bear, probably like 8 feet tall, standing up. And it was standing right next to the road, maybe like, I don't know, not even a quarter mile, maybe 0.2 of a mile outside of the city. So literally like a 5-minute walk outside of the city, if that. Standing on the side of the road, so I pull over and I start filming it like, wow, it's the middle of the day. I mean, it wasn't middle of the day, but it was not yet sundown. It was 7 o'clock, so sundown's like 8:30 or so. And I watched the bear then run full speed just towards Charlestown, West Virginia. It's not the biggest town. I think it was like 30,000 people or something. Charlestown, Ranson. And I'm thinking, do I call the police for this? This is a bear in the middle of the day running towards the city. And so I was like, you know, I'm just gonna call the department, non-emergency, to ask them if this is a big deal, and they'll probably tell me it's fine. I don't know. It's West Virginia, you know, it's bears. They were closed. They're closed. So I Googled, should I report a black bear sighting outside of Charlestown, West Virginia? And Google said no. No one cares. There's black bears everywhere. It's normal. Stay inside. Don't confront it. And then I was like, really? And then when I got into town, I was asking people, and they were like, you saw a black bear? And I was like, yeah. And they were like, whoa.
Those are vicious ones. No, they're not.
Well, no, they're shy. They're scared.
Oh,
they're timid.
Okay. Brown bears are vicious.
Yeah. And, but they were just like, whoa. And like, did you call anybody? And I'm like, should I have? Like, I looked it up because I didn't know if it was a big deal or not. The point is, you don't really get black bears in New York City. So the people who live there live in the rent utopia. Don't get me wrong, there's still hardship. Rent has gotten worse, but for a time, clean running water, water in general, hot showers, and cheap food available to the average person. Even if you're homeless in New York City, you can say cheeseburger, and I guarantee you sooner or later, someone will hand you one. I guarantee this. Do the social experiment. Go sit down on a street corner, look at someone and say cheeseburger. Say nothing else. I guarantee you, sooner or later, some guy who walked past you will walk back with a McDonald's burger and be like, here you go, buddy, I got this for you.
Yeah.
Because people try to be nice. But in the rural areas, where there are still wild animals and feral hogs, for instance, people still understand the threats, the fear, the wild animals. Like, where we are right now, we got coyotes maybe sometimes. We hear rustling, we're like, uh-oh, what could that be? Where's my gun? You know? We don't actually say, where's my gun? Because we just go for our gun because we have our guns. But you don't need to do that in the city. Then the problem becomes these liberals in the cities are like, why do you need guns? And then some guy says, for the 13 to 50 feral hogs that are running through my field. And then liberals all make fun of them like, feral hogs, which is a completely real and normal thing that happens all the time.
Then they tell you to get rid of the cops, too.
Right. And it's usually white, affluent liberals who said to do this. One of my favorite breakdowns was, I don't know if it was like John Stoss or whatever, but he was like, when you look at the demographics, poor minorities keep requesting more police, and affluent white people keep requesting defunding the police. There you go.
Because they don't have any, just like you were saying, they don't have any, real contact with reality. These things generally don't affect them. They live in good neighborhoods, upscale neighborhoods, where crime doesn't usually go to.
I think you may have just solved all of our political issues. We should release a couple hundred black bears into New York so that these people have a political awakening and realize sometimes you need guns.
I mean, but it could have been a brown bear, and that's the real concern. I don't know.
In Colorado, Colorado's almost completely red counties, except for Denver and Boulder, are hard blue. And so they had a statewide referendum to reintroduce wolves into Colorado, okay? And I used to go camping in Colorado. I go motorcycle camping, stay in a tent up in the mountains, and they brought these wolves back. And it was the entire state voted against it, except for Denver and Boulder, because these people have never seen a wolf outside of a Disney animated movie. Just, if you've never seen a real wolf, just imagine the biggest German Shepherd you've ever seen, the most aggressive-looking German, and triple it. I mean, they are huge, and they run in packs. And if you're a family, mom and dad, and 2 little kids in a cloth tent, and these things are hungry, you are done. I don't care if you have a gun or not. I stopped camping in the mountains.
Didn't they have to rescind it because it was a disaster or something?
It is a disaster. Lots of cattle are getting killed. It's still in effect.
they're out there now. It's like if you want to get rid of them, you have to send hunters out to actually, you know.
What was the argument? The deer population? Because I can take care of deer. You know what I mean?
I don't know what the arguments are. They do it in this kind of, you know, animated Disney style pitch, and it's, oh, nature, it'll be wonderful, we'll bring everybody back. I'm like, there's actually like a wolf park you can go to in Colorado where they're like captured and you can go look at them. I was like, you should not be allowed to vote yes in this referendum until you go there. You sign your certificate. I've looked what a wolf actually looks like.
No, I think what we should do is we should time the average person's run speed, and then if you want to vote on this, you are placed at a distance from the wolf, where if you run at least the average human run speed, you will escape through the exit door, just through the turnstile, only one way, and the wolf will not. And then we'll put you in there, open the wolf door, and if you make it out, we're willing to take your vote.
And the wolves won't be hungry anymore.
Well, that's if you run slow.
Yeah.
So, you know. Yeah, I've seen many a wolf at zoos and things like this, and they're massive. It's kind of weird how, like, I don't know, that their legs are kind of like they're thin almost. I don't know how to explain it. Because I guess it's because we've made dogs so weird that when you see a wolf and they're like tall and built to run, that I'm just seeing like people think golden retriever and they're foofy and doofy. You know what I mean?
They don't really look that much like dogs.
No. Well, they clearly are related, but you know. Oh, and I went to a party once. I was in Miami and someone brought a wolf dog, and this person was insane, and I was like, I'm leaving. It was let me put it like this. The way they describe it is that dogs are permanent wolf children. So the way we've bred dogs, they effectively act like wolf puppies for their entire lives. Now imagine you are playing a game with a small child. You know, what's the worst that can happen? It's a small child. Now imagine you are playing a game with an adult who can be aggressive and doesn't like being talked down to. Imagine treating an adult man the way you treat a dog, trying to roll him over on his belly and tickle him, and then goo-goo gag him. He's going to tell you to stop, because if he gets serious, then stop. That's what a wolf is. So they bring a wolf dog in, and it just immediately starts trashing everything. It walks up and just knocks, like, just takes his paw and just like starts hitting things, and they can't control it. Because this is effectively an adult man being like, shut your mouth and don't talk to me like that. And they had no authority over it. I'm like, you're nuts. I'm like, no, it's fine. Someone said, put it outside and close the door. Like, no, we can't. They put it outside on the balcony and start just smashing the pots and just like knocking them over.
I think those Russians who own panthers.
Some, I imagine.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, Russians own
the
Russians. You know a lot of, I know a lot of Russians that, or I know of a lot of Russians that own bears and stuff like that. The oligarchs that think it's cool to own wild animals.
And then there's that guy that was living with the bears. Remember that?
Yeah.
And then the bears ate him.
I mean, wild animals are wild animals. It's not a good idea to be spending a lot of time around wild animals that could kill you or that look at you like a meal.
Well, speaking of this, we have a big story from the DOJ. They are seeking to strip 17 U.S. citizens of their citizenship for sex offenses, fraud, and drug dealing. This is massive. One of the people that's being charged now, first let me just say this. A bunch of them are predators, sex offenders, diddlers. These people are lucky they are being denaturalized and deported. I'd like to see the Democrats defend that because these people will probably agree with the denaturalization. Some of them pleaded guilty to abusing children sexually, in which case there are many conservative American people who have a certain penalty they would like to implement against you. You getting denaturalized and deported is a free ticket out.
How common is denaturalization?
Not very, very uncommon.
It had to be.
So this is a big deal. One of the individuals defrauded a tribal casino. That's what I'm talking about. I understand that if there's a diddler and Trump says your citizenship is gone, we all agree, right? Some people might actually call for the death penalty on that one. These people are lucky to get away with whatever, like to leave the country. But fraud against a tribal casino is a serious crime, but substantially less than child abuse. The fact that the DOJ is willing to denaturalize this level of crime is promising to me, because they are saying outright, if you come here and you become a citizen and commit a crime, you're out.
I like the precedent that it sets. I like the fact that it's the denaturalizing of criminals. I think that it should be used more. I think that they should denaturalize anchor babies that are here.
I think every single naturalized citizen in America from a low trust third world country should have all their paperwork looked at. Every visa application, every green card application, every times. Well, at least a review, because so to give you an example, when like Stripe, the payment company, right? They investigate fraud. They do studies on fraud internationally. And this country, America, first world, very low fraud relative to Central and South America. They had to come up literally with an infinity fraud category for India. They could not find ceiling. So when you look at their map of the world, it's the colors keep changing until you get to India, and then it's black, and it's just 30 to infinity.
But I need you just to imagine, everybody listening, like living in India, and your parents are like, you need to go and get a job. You will not sit around my house. You're supposed to get a job. And then it's like, okay, I'll go to the local scam center and see if they're hiring.
But that's
everything. There's literal buildings where you walk in and you're like, I want to apply for a job, and they're like, are you good at scamming? And it's like, well, I've not tried it, but we'll do training sessions.
No, they just say yes, even if they're bad.
Yeah, well, because they're all scamming. But my point is, the way you go and apply at like UPS for a truck job or something, or the way you apply at Walmart is the way they apply to do scams. There's literal call centers set up where they're literally just scamming people. That's India all over the place. The infinity fraud.
And I don't think they're capable of applying for a visa or applying for a green card or applying for naturalization and have there be zero fraud in that process. I think if we look, we'll find at least 90% of them committed fraud at some point in that process and should be denaturalized.
Did you see the video where the Indian fraudster accidentally called an emergency elevator phone line?
No.
There's a guy in an elevator, and apparently it like connects, and the person's like, hello, speaking with the guy's like, what? This is an elevator. And they're like, we need you to go on your computer. And he's like, what? You call an elevator? And they don't understand. They're just like, no, like, can you pull up this website? He's like, man, I don't know what you're talking about. It's weird. These videos are absolutely hilarious. But there is a whole genre of YouTubers who scam scammers, and that's fun. There was one really great one where the guy actually got the IP address, found the address, the name of the company, and then said to the guy, like, here's where, he like freaked him out basically saying, we're private security, we work with the US government, here's your address, we're coming. And he's like, no, and he hangs up.
I mean, the internet has made for some interesting problems when it comes to foreign countries, and obviously some are worse than others. And I've heard stories of the Indian government actually working with the U.S. government to try and shut down some of the fraud going on. But I mean, if there's infinity fraud coming out of one country, it's going to be pretty hard to actually remedy the problem.
Hey, did you want to hit the Dalton Etherly thing before the time?
Yeah. I actually thought we would get into that with the Carmelo story because of the similarities, but I guess we kind of just passed over it.
Yeah, it's okay. Just you have me here, so if you wanted me to
tell me about it. So the thing with the Chud the Builder stuff and Carmelo Anthony is that there are similar claims of provocation. In Carmelo's case, it's clear now from witness testimony that he provoked the whole thing and prepared to use lethal force. However, the new information coming out of Chud the Builder is that he tried to disengage, as I understand it.
No, there was no provocation. He did not provoke Joshua Fox. So
right.
That was my big concern. When I first heard about it, and by concern, I want to make clear to everyone, I don't get emotionally engaged with these cases, so Dalton Etherly doesn't mean anything to me personally. I just do legal analysis. But from a lawyer's perspective, when I heard about his shooting Joshua Fox, and I became aware of his social media content, the nature of it, he calls black people the N-word to their face. My concern for his claim of self-defense was, well, if he did that here, if he provoked that confrontation, he does not have a claim to self-defense for that shooting. It just goes completely out the window. What's developed is there's literally zero evidence that he did that here. Now, of course, he's done it many times in the past, but not in this confrontation with Joshua Fox.
And what I mean to say is that he actually, in this case, it was the other direction.
Walked away. Right.
He was attempting to disengage from the interaction. So he didn't instigate, this is my understanding, correct me if I'm wrong. Someone called it to him. He approached, they said something to him. He turned to walk away. The guy then yelled something at him.
He then turned back and said, "Why are you going to chimp out?" And then the guy attacked him.
Right. So the proper way to think about provocation is first, it only matters if you qualify for self-defense anyway. If you don't qualify for self-defense anyway, it doesn't matter. But provocation works if you would have qualified for self-defense, you hit all the elements, you lose it if you provoke the confrontation. So before we even get to the provocation question, set that aside. He's walking away from Joshua Fox, whatever happened before. Joshua Fox chases him down, hits him in the back of the head, puts him in a headlock, his arm around his neck, and it's a sustained beating. That's very different than one punch. You're in a very vulnerable position when you're in a headlock.
I believe Dalton aimed behind him like this or something.
Well, he had to, because when you're in a headlock, you're bent over, right?
Yeah.
So Joshua Fox is over here. You have to kind of shoot around your own body to get to him, and that's how he burned his arm.
Burned it? I thought he shot his arm.
No, I think he just skimmed the surface.
Oh, okay. So when it was like holding the gun to his arm and he fired, it burned.
It could have just even been a muzzle burn. I mean, they're very unclear about it. I don't think the bullet actually pierced his arm, however. But it's not hard to imagine.
They charged him with murder.
Attempted murder.
Attempted murder, sorry.
Joshua Fox.
That's insane.
Survived the experience. That's all a classic example of lawful self-defense against a deadly force threat. A deadly force threat doesn't kill you. It just has a threat to serious bodily injury. If someone has you in a headlock, their arm around your neck, and they're beating you, you can easily be inflicted with serious bodily injury for that circumstance. Arguably, right? Maybe not. You have to advance.
Alexa, volume 5.
A robust claim of self-defense.
Alexa, volume 4.
All that could be true, but if he provoked the attack in the first place, he called that guy the N-word, then it all goes out the window. You simply lose the self-defense because of the provocation. But there's been several hearings in court now, and the prosecutor has been talking about the facts of the case, and never once has said, we have evidence of provocation. What they're trying to do is take all his videos, where he said the N-word in other cases, and say, we're going to ask the jury to infer from those instances that it must have happened here. Well, we don't have any actual evidence that it happened here.
Do you think that I mean, obviously it's just, you're guessing, but do you assume that the judge would allow that evidence into the court?
I mean, there's a path to let it in. And the path to let it in is not as character evidence. He did a bad thing before, so he's doing a bad thing now, but there's other legal rationale. So you can bring in such evidence, for example, to demonstrate that there was not a mistake happening here. This is a repeated pattern behavior. We're not saying he's bad character. It's just it's a modus operandi. It's something he had his camera in his hand on his stick, his selfie stick. We think that's the pattern he engages for his social media creation. We want the jury to infer he's done it lots of other times when he's walking around with his camera. He was creating social media content here and did it again. And the judge may well allow it for that purpose. If the judge does, then all that other video content now is fair game to come in before the jury. And then you have the problem where he could be very meritorious on a self-defense claim, but it all becomes tainted because normal people are conditioned to recoil.
I think he's getting locked up.
Oh, could well be.
I don't think we're asking questions of merit. I think we're asking questions of politics.
Yeah, and so that's the big challenge for the jury. Well, here's the legal merits, it's the politics.
So the thing with Carmelo Anthony is it's so egregious. Good. I mean, this kid's getting locked up. You can't really do much about it. And he's not dead. With the Dalton shooting, I guarantee you, and I think you agree with me, they already had the meeting, probably with activists, probably like a prominent lawyer, and they all said, well, we don't want riots, so we're going to lock Dalton up and make sure he doesn't get out, so that way no one burns the city down.
They don't even need it. I mean, 25...
Alexa, volume 4.
The judge runs for election. The prosecutor runs for election. They're not going to obliterate 25% of the electorate to defend Dalton easily. So and First Amendment radical.
I see this video posted by Tommy Robinson at 640. Did you guys see this? This is absolutely insane. We're going to cover this in the uncensored portion because I can't show it. I'm not on YouTube. He says an invader was trying to decapitate a man in Ireland in Belfast, and a bunch of dudes run up with shovels and they start bashing him. I'm just sitting here watching this video being like, when do the indigenous say no? The native-born Irish say enough of this murder and rape, and we've seen some riots and some stuff, but take a look at the Henry Novak story in London. He was murdered by a Sikh, and the police came, and they're like, oh no, but he was racist, and the cops go, okay. So they go and cuff the guy who was being murdered and dying.
When do the indigenous say no. The native-born Irish say enough of this murder and rape, and we've seen some riots and some stuff. But take a look at the Henry Novak story in London. He was murdered by a Sikh, and the police came, and they're like, oh no, but he was racist. And the cops go, okay. So they go and cuff the guy who was being murdered and dying. Until people are willing to stand up and say enough of this, like, I guess my point is this:
they're not able to vote themselves out of this problem, right? Or that.
Well, let's entertain the calculus. To the politicians, if you put the white racist in jail, that's it. It's over, right? If you don't, you will get riots and violence. So, which way are you going to go? It's obvious. So I remember, this is an interesting analogy in a sense, because I don't know if you guys saw the Ethan Klein news. Did you see this stuff? He sued over copyright infringement. Actually, I mean, we probably should talk about this. It's just not such big news, but it's not big to people, but it's one of the biggest stories, I think, of the past. Like, long story short, he made a documentary about Hassan Piker. It got watched in its entirety by several streamers. He sued and lost. The judge argued that you can watch someone's entire production of a live stream and it's fair use. So this is massive for
periodically.
My guess is that the Marvel lawyers will fight a lot harder than
precedent set. So we're getting to that point, but we were just talking
be
about.
Careful, just because a trial court made a decision, that's not precedent.
No, for sure. But it's so there's already precedent in the Akilah Hughes v. Benjamin when he had an official ruling stating like you can take someone's video and just change the title if it's fair use. So there's already these elements. But my point ultimately to the politics question is that politicians are going to. I forgot the point why I brought the Ethan Klein thing, but politicians, they feel no threat from the white population at all. They're not going to write on behalf of Dalton, and everyone knows it. So the equation is actually quite simple politically. Who cares about white people?
Yeah, they're very primitive organisms, politicians, right? They respond to pain and they respond to reward. And if they're getting more reward, more political capital from a particular path than from an alternative path, they go with the rewarding path until you make them feel pain for doing that. And traditionally, in civilized societies, the pain was de-election. But as we talked about earlier, if the election process is broken, if we cannot legitimately hold accountable the people to whom we provide political power, then there is no way for us to inflict pain. And we're living under a tyranny of the people who count the votes and keep them in power.
Yep. And Democrats have been building a one-party control system. They own it in Chicago. They own it in California. Most of the blue states operate this way. Trump needs to send in the feds. I fear that Trump is not strong enough. Crushing USAID was good, and I think it was tremendous. But, I see in the chat people saying every day Trump has not put one person in jail. So the question is, my hope is that after the midterms, Supreme Court comes out and says mail-in votes are dead. Because the system of mail-in voting creates a voting week. The law says election day is the voting day, so you can't have any votes collected before or after. That would mean Republicans win forever. If that happens, I am hoping that Donald Trump, after the midterms, just goes nuclear. But I don't know that it will.
That's a win on Trump's part in general because of his appointments to the Supreme Court, Tony Barrett notwithstanding. But in general, having a more conservative-leaning Supreme Court, getting them wins on things like that for precedent is a big deal, even if there's a lot left to be desired with a lot of the other things going on. And I don't know if I buy that there's going to be a lot of, arrests after the fact. Though you could make the argument you said earlier that de-election was like the thing that you had to play on them to try and win them over. But a lot of times that's what ended up having politicians make bad decisions. You make deals with Iran for a certain amount of money because you understand that giving them money is better than the oil prices hurting and then the Americans not being able to get it, the gas prices going up. So they take the least, the path of least resistance because they want to get reelected, they want to stay in office and stuff like that. So
you have to build the political capital to take those hits.
Yeah.
Right now, Trump has that political capital, but it's not inexhaustible. And the closer we get to the midterms and things not looking more positive,
it's looking positive to me. The Republicans have the advantage right now, and based on the polling,
based on district.
Well, yes, but the polling after the fact still shows a Republican advantage. and Democrats are just betting the polls are all wrong, but the polls usually favor Democrats, so this is looking good for Republicans.
There was like a post from like Index Red. It was like all Democrats have to do to win is not be weird, and then pulls up a post that says like trans period day.
Yeah.
Lost.
We're gonna go to your Rumble rants and super chats, so smash the like button, share the show with everyone you know. Join us at timcast.com. This uncensored portion of the show is not for the faint of heart. This video from Tommy is absolutely shocking, but we're going to have to talk about where things are headed and have been heading for some time, especially with the Carmelo Anthony story, Dalton Earthley, and what we've been seeing in Europe. In the meantime, we've got a few minutes. We'll grab your chats.
Hey, can I plug something before?
Well, we do that when we wrap up. Joey Giggle says, not politics related, but if you played Destiny, remember to sign the petition to hop on tomorrow for the final patch after Bungie and Sony killed it for Marathon. Marathon is whack, it's awful, it looks disgusting, and Destiny was great. Despite all of Destiny's failures, I am a legacy Destiny player. I played Destiny 1 the whole way through. I played Destiny 2 until just before the final shape. And I think that was the last one that I think I might have played the final shape. But I didn't really do much. I think I was on it for only a few minutes. And, I work too much to play video games anymore, but I played Destiny 2 quite a bit. I know Phil played Destiny quite a bit.
Yeah, the final shape was fine, but I think that the release that had the where they first went to the Dreaming City, and I don't forget what it was called. There was a lot of, anyways, but it was, I played for a while.
I'm impressed with how they salvaged the mistakes they made from Destiny 1, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So it was a very, very, very fun game with, I would say, adequate story. Adequate. They could have done better.
Yeah, I mean, the final shape was supposed to wrap the whole thing up, and then the stuff that they did after that, it was just kind of like, you know.
And so they could do Destiny 3, and they should, because Marathon is whack. And if they start with Destiny 3, they have an opportunity for something tremendous. And that is starting a new story of humans expansion, and your missions are based on new cities, new settlements, new threats, and new areas of the solar system or the galaxy even. There's a lot of opportunity they can go with. But anyway.
Marathons, like, they have a really, really, really low player base.
It sucks. It looks disgusting.
It's not.
It's like you're playing a mannequin. I'm not interested in whatever that stupid game is. They're trying to be race and gender neutral.
Yeah.
They're like, how about you play a robot instead? I'm like, the robots were fine in Destiny if you wanted to play the robots. Yeah. Anyway, the Fallen 501st says, hey Tim, have you thought about making a video covering the recent Lego scandal involving Utah Police Department? I did. It's on the Tim Pool Show channel. And subscribe. It's on YouTube and Rumble. YouTube.com/@TimPool, and I believe on Rumble is it Tim Pool Show? Whatever. You can search for it. You'll find it. It's a new channel where I talk about more of that stuff. All right. K-Toth Swiss says, California fraudulent vote printer go burn. Yep.
Even if it isn't actually like the kind of fraud that people are assuming, it's definitely a system designed to benefit one party clearly, you know, and that's not what a vote is supposed to be.
John Rambo Z says, have you seen the video of Roy Beck explaining immigration with gumballs? That's a classic, breaks it down beautifully. One of my favorite ways to explain immigration is the game Life Genesis. Have you ever played it? The original Game of Life, the old coding game, the hacker, universal hacker symbol is I believe what is called the glider from Life Genesis, or from Life. Windows made a version where the Game of Life was a grid with yes or no squares. So they turn on, they light up, or they turn off. And based on certain rules, they would reproduce or die. And this created a bunch of interesting interactions where you could program. They then made a version with red and blue. So these things could destroy each other. You could do interesting things where you freeze it, you could draw a big blue square and press go and see how the life of blue will grow, reproduce, and spread out, and then create permanent structures. If you introduce red into it, the blue would engulf and destroy the red. If you created equal parts red and blue, they would go to war with each other and then create permanent structures. And if you take a big blue square or a big blue structure and then keep introducing red into it in real time, if you introduce too much red, the blue stops destroying it and the red starts destroying the blue. So we'll go over this in the uncensored portion of it. I'll pull the video of it. All right, we got super chats. Oh, this is interesting. How do you do that? No, how did you do that?
What?
The chat now on YouTube just switched completely. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I did that.
Oh, look at that. I mean, it's harder to read.
I saw some good ones come through. I want to make sure you got them.
Which one in particular?
Oh, just this red one I've seen before down here.
Dinah H. Castles, I went to vote and I didn't get an option to vote for mayor. It didn't appear on my ballot. I also didn't receive my mail-in ballot. It was sent to my old address even though I updated the information with them. This is in California. Who is surprised? Eric Arati says, I know it's possible. A friend tested it out. Roommate was away from LA years ago, filled out their ballot, and went through multiple times since 2020. Man. What do we got here? Eric Shaver says, you don't have free speech if you can't use it to defend your life in court. A nation where lawyers are the most prosperous is a conflict of interest with a free speech country. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how you wouldn't be able to use your own free speech to defend yourself in court.
They just tell you not to do it.
Yeah, they tell you to let your lawyer do it.
SSG says, believe it or not, zombies are not real, but it's an allegory for in distrust for society. Take Michael Jackson's Thriller. It depicts an invading army, a home invasion, and the person you trust closest to you ready to attack.
See, we finally found a way conservatives can make good art, right? They just have to learn how to do the allegorical response. They can make zombie movies.
I know, because the liberals do it all the time. You make a zombie movie where you're literally facing an invasion, and the zombies they first destroy the local convenience store. You don't make it that zombies are stealing food, it's just allegory. It's like, we can't go to the grocery store to pick up any supplies, the zombies have overrun it. And then you use these things, like the water supply is damaged, and then your car is destroyed, you know.
In He-Man, when Prince Adam is sent to Earth, he works HR, and when he gets back to Eternia and Skeletor is taken over, he literally tries to use HR language to talk to Skeletor and the villains.
God.
And they're like, we're bad guys, we're here to kill you.
Is that really, like, verbatim? Like, what happened?
It was a portion of the story, and the other parts, I mean, it's played as a joke, it's not played as a
In
serious.
a conservative zombie movie, the humans would just win. And so you don't have a series, right?
Well, no, it's the story in between before the victory. So, sure. Clint Torres says, when I was 8 years old, my dad found a wallet full of cash at the store and was bound to find the owner. Turns out it belonged to an old man who was on his way to pay for his wife's funeral. That's the U.S. I grew up in. Indeed, my friends. But not anymore. They'll find your wallet, rip the cash out, and throw it in the garbage. Smash the like button. Share the show with everyone you know. This uncensored portion is going to be particularly brutal, so you are warned. I'm not kidding. It is very, very brutal. We're talking about mass migration and policing and the racist structures that are now impacting white people. You can follow me on X and Instagram at TimCast, and you want to shout anything out?
I do. I got a couple things. Once or twice a year, we teach a free webinar on how to be hard to convict if you ever have to defend yourself. Hardtoconvict.com. Because I'm here on Tim's show, we scheduled an extra one. This Thursday or this Saturday, we're doing those. And for Father's Day, we have these beautiful Trump 250 note mugs. Just go to my profile on X at The Branca Show, and the link is there for those. If your dad likes Trump, he'll love these mugs. If your dad hates Trump, buy him two and he can smash them together. There you go.
Guys, if you want to follow me, I'm on Instagram and on X at Brett Dasovic on both of those platforms. You should check out Pop Culture Crisis. We are live 5 days a week, Monday through Friday, 3 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, YouTube and Rumble. Also, I've been doing, twice a month, I'm doing a show on Discord, on the Timcast Discord at 7 p.m. on Saturday. We did our first one, not this past weekend, but the weekend before that, so we'll be doing it again this coming weekend. If you are a member over there, you should tune into that as well.
I am Phil That Remains on Twix. The band is All That Remains. You can check our music out at Apple Music, Amazon Music, Pandora, YouTube, Spotify, and Deezer. We are playing Warped Tour this coming Sunday in DC, so you can go to warpedtour.com to get your tickets. Don't forget the left lane is for crime.
I'm Carter Banks. You can follow me at Carter Banks everywhere and at Carter Banks Official everywhere else. I've got a song coming out 6/19. Didn't realize it was Juneteenth until after I put it out here. But yeah, it's coming out. You can go see the trailer at Trash House Records on YouTube.
We will see you all at rumble.com/TimCastIRL right now. Thanks for hanging out.
Shut me out 'cause you think I'm wrong. Doesn't make you feel good. It doesn't make you wrong.
Celebrate being human. Etsy.
Senator Thune immediately fire her after she ruled key parts of the Save America Act out of order under the Byrd Rule, blocking them from the GOP's budget bill. Trump's message is simple: as long as an Obama-era parliamentarian is calling the shots on what can and can't be voted on, his immigration, his border, and his election integrity agenda will be recapped on procedural grounds by someone who was put in office by Obama. Thune has pushed back, warning that firing her would create even more vote issues. But that excuse isn't going to satisfy MAGA voters. They just watched the Senate prove there are 50 Republicans plus Vice President J.D. Vance ready to back the Save America Act today. Yet one unelected ruler put in place by Obama is now deciding what the Senate can and cannot do. President Trump is making it clear that John Thune's job isn't just to manage the Senate calendar. It's to get Trump's core agenda codified in the Senate. If John Thune won't remove obstacles like the parliamentarian, push the reform or kill the filibuster, and start racking up some real MAGA wins, voter ID, voter security, etc., Trump and the base are then letting him know, without question, you will be removed as the Senate leader next year. Now, I recognize that John Thune is a bit hamstrung with Mitch McConnell, Tom Tillis, and Lisa Murkowski rhinos holding up the vote. I am grateful that he brought the vote to the floor and that we were able to get 51 votes. But he needs to keep showing that he isn't working for Mitch McConnell or corporate donors. He's working for us, and we want what Trump wants, which is a safe country and free and fair elections. Now, we are less than 30 days from the beginning of the 250th anniversary of the United States of America. And in 6 days, President Trump will hold a UFC fight on the front lawn of the White House and a major celebration concert. However, many Hollywood actors and singers are backing out because of pressure to avoid celebrating America while President Trump is in office. Well, rapper Vanilla Ice said he's not dropping out. He loves this country more than politics, and nobody throws a party quite like Donald J. Trump. Listen to this.
Crazy that all the attention is coming down on all this event and everything, because I'm honored and just super proud. My mom is proud, and everybody I know is like, this is awesome. And then there's some people that, you know, that are bailing out and all this stuff, and I'm like, why? You know, this would be the greatest concert on the planet. We're turning 250 years. Let's celebrate the country that we're born and raised in. What's wrong with being patriotic, you know? And he said, oh, because Trump's putting it on. And I'm like, so? Who throws a better party than Trump, man? I've been to a lot of them. That guy knows how to throw a real party, and they're classy, they're great, they're fun, and just over the top and amazing. So I'm like, even better. So I don't get it, you know, I know that there's a snow globe out there, and the world is kind of shaking up on their beliefs politically and different things like that. But this isn't something that I think should be put on that kind of pedestal, especially as an entertainer. I don't think that's fair to us to be put on some kind of political platform. We just kind of play for anybody. It's music, it's like a DJ, you know, you can throw it on for any wedding. You know, if Joe Biden's getting married, you can throw it on for him. I'm sure there's fans over there on that side too. It's about coming together. It's about being American. It's about being proud of our country, no matter the goods and the bads, whether you agree with or not. But it's 250 years we've gotten one, and this is a once in a lifetime thing to have a celebration. And music is made to bring people together. So everyone's invited. This is not devoted.
All right, now I'm glad to see there are some celebrities that stand with America, that have the courage to stand up for our country. Yes, President Trump is in office, and I know he can be a difficult personality at times, but this is about our country. This isn't even about Trump. So I'm glad to see that Vanilla Ice Baby, has the stones to actually do what he believes is right. All right, now someone I often show to you is Stephen A. Smith. This dude is always on the verge of being red-pilled. And then he falls back into his old thinking and old talking points. Well, President Trump is planning to attend Game 3 of the NBA Finals. This is the first time a sitting president will do this. He's gone to UFC matches, no problem. He's gone to NFL, no problem. And as you know, President Trump loves sports. Again, on the lawn of the White House, we're about to see a massive UFC battle. Well, now Stephen A. Smith says Trump is a narcissistic, arrogant piece of garbage that should not be interrupting the NBA. Listen to this.
Don't get a $6 meal deal. Delicious wake up eggs and a medium iced or hot coffee for $6.
This is a sports show. I'm not going to engage in
We get about
politics or policy. This is
26,823
strictly
days.
a basketball segment. This president has no business showing up in New York City. I am dead serious. It is selfish. It is narcissistic. It is ridiculous that he is coming to this game. I would say the same thing if it were Obama, George W., Clinton. I don't give a damn. We went back to Reagan. This is not a football stadium in some space in Texas where you got a whole bunch of outlays and all of this. This is the Garden. This is Midtown Manhattan. You have any idea what the congestion was going to be like in New York City here? I get off my radio show at 3 o'clock. I've been instructed that I got to go straight to
And
the
what is
Garden.
the takeaway, though? I mean, people go to a lot of places, right?
And by the way,
Class.
we talk about this, and I was on some conservative
Yeah? People go to a lot of places, yeah. Hey, what's up? Yeah, we like Stephen A. Smith, he's funny. It's nothing personal. So what's the takeaway? Because people go to a lot of places. I'm sure he's attended other events besides the Knicks game in recent weeks or months. What's the takeaway, everybody? I mean, over and over again, for years, people have been showing this.
To me, that says a lot. If you are ashamed of this country,
It's just a coincidence. Yeah. It's far past.
oppressive,
being a coincidence, and it always has been. Hopefully it's getting past the point where people being able to just cast it off and say it's a coincidence isn't going to fly anymore. Because it'd be like trying to say water isn't wet. Right, so what are we talking about? Because he goes to a lot of places, I'm sure. There are other topics that seem to brush their discussion boards and panels. People have connected the dots with these information media lines and how people are going to talk about whatever the fuck they give them. They could have mentioned another event he went to talk about. Why wouldn't that be put on the list for those media outlets? In certain chairs. Am I talking to a brick wall, or technically? Is there an echo? Do you get it? So it's not about the ball game. It's not about whether they win or lose, and if it's going to be Trump's fault if they win or lose. I know, so then a bunch of people can say, watch, whether, if they win, those idiots will try to say he gave them good luck. And if they lose, those idiots over there are going to try to say it was his fault. Yep. And then, when the game's over, whether they win or lose, the ones who said, right, whichever is the winning side. You realize we're talking about a fucking basketball game, right? You understand there are people fucking and raping our children, right? I know, look, you can't do anything about it. I mean, we ourselves, we go on with our days. Doing things. We went to the movies not too long ago with our son and mother. So it's not as though we put everything off and don't live our lives because they're fucking our kids right next door. No, these are facts, whether you want to believe it or not. It's already been done. The abuse is already way past unspeakable. The child and animal pornography has already been fed out. Activist lines. Interesting, the investigative and activist lines are heavily connected to those media lines that give out the hot topics that seem to get talked about by certain media outlets. We're not picking on anybody. Now, can you see how those media outlets try to bulldog for what's actually trying to be exposed? Because when you try to call that out, like you're just spewing whatever fucking hot topics they're saying are a hot topic. There were a lot of other events they went to. Okay, so it's not about any of that. It's just about you understanding you're talking about the one they fed you. That they fed you. That they fed you. That they fed you. And we've been showing this over and over again. You can't deny it. To those of us who are aware that track these things and are aware of it, you don't have to get out your fucking notebook. Put a fucking stamp on it. You can just be aware and go, hey, you know, it rained earlier today. I don't have to write that down. I can even tell you tomorrow probably. I could say it rained yesterday. I could probably remember it for quite a few days and say, hey, remember last Wednesday when it was raining? Never wrote anything down. Where's that coming from? You know what? I don't know. I'm not really sure. You want to give me a lot of money? And we can do a fucking study. And try to figure out where that's coming from. Bitch. Dumb fucking nasty cunts around here. So anyways, yeah, we have children here. My name's Mary. We're at the Governor Hill Mansion in Augusta, Maine. Sick fuck. Michael Scott Garand. Him and his mother, the custody of my children that they vaccine injured behind my back. They didn't injure them. The vaccines did, or... I mean, how does that work? I mean, CDC. They're just doing what they were told, right? Yeah, no, and those idiots play off stupid. If you try to say it to them that way, they'll bring up how military people, well, they just kill because they were told to. It's like, what the fuck are you talking about? Yeah, no shit. What does that have to do with them vaccinating my fucking kids, you nasty fucking puppy-loving piece of shit? Yeah, it's that fucking serious. I really hope the proper authorities here in Augusta, Maine do what they're supposed to do to help these kids and expose these fucking networks and help explain to people how the child and animal pornography that's already been made that gets fed out to these groups and activists. Real investigations, right, Mr. Jones? Right? Yeah, they fucking know. And it's really sad how they choose to fucking be quiet and try to justify the targeting of innocent people like us and how they were just protecting others. Look at who they're protecting. It doesn't fucking take long, you sick, nasty fucking pieces of shit. They have sick fucking addictions. They are very abusive people to their own children, and they don't give a shit about their own kids or yours. Facts. Does anybody have any suggestions as to how we can get the citizens here to pull their heads out of their asses and help those hostages? Because they just passed the buck. Well, if that's true, call the cops. Call the cops. Oh, somebody better do something about it. Boo-boo. Got the picnic basket. Oh yeah, and they'll find people like us that they know are being targeted and speaking the truth and are a threat to their establishments or businesses, or I mean, it could be a simple fucking credit card scam. It could be a drug dealer trying to get revenge. Or not necessarily even caring about the revenge. It's like two birds with one stone, though. You know, it's an easy victim for other things. It's tempting. It's so tempting. It's hard to lay off, like a good drug deal, you know? Polly Pocket. You put your right hand in, you put your right hand out. Oh, you can't. Got cut off. I know. See how we can laugh about these things? Because it's happening every day. Every fucking day. We see some of them go down, some go up. I know, and we just laugh about either way. We don't vote, dude. We're dead. We're dead fucking mothers. Our kids have been fucked and tortured for years. What the fuck are you nasty cunts talking about? Oh my god. A.O. See yourself to the fucking door. Wow. What? Huh? Huh? Yeah, you probably can't hear us. You probably can't hear us. Your brains are way too fucking clogged. Dude, I don't care what you've cleansed with. Your fucking thoughts, pollute your brain and others so bad. Holy shit. Someone, please do something to get rid of these people. Lock them up. They're killing innocent people. It's infectious. Not everything you want to be infected with. Any suggestions or? You're welcome. Thanks. Let us know. You're welcome. Yes, we're having a calcium magnesium. Just chilling. Watching the wheels go around, you know. Watching the wheels go round and round. I really love to watch them roll.